understanding the interdependence and interrelationships of all things in the universe, including the geosphere, the biosphere, and what Teilhard de Chardin called the noosphere, that is the sphere of mind, the mind sphere that is everywhere on our planet. Just pick up your cell phone and you can tap into that mind sphere. Just turn on a television and you tap into that noosphere. The universe itself is designed in this way, and this awareness must inform all our design efforts, and it must transform our relationship with one another, with nature, and our planetary home as a whole. Holism, the deep recognition of the interdependence and coherence of all things with one another, is the most fundamental scientific breakthrough that has transformed our understanding of nature. Ever since Max Planck first discovered quantum theory in 1900, and Albert Einstein first proposed the special theory of relativity in 1905. Holistic understanding must become fundamental to our very being in the world, to all our ways of thinking and acting. Ratifying the Constitution for the Federation of Earth plays a major role in this effect because it is designed for holism, for the unity and diversity of humankind living with peace, justice, and sustainability on our precious planet Earth. See, what does it mean to think holistically? Does building up nuclear weapons systems by Russia and China and the United States, is that thinking holistically? Right? Is economic competition strangling those nations you don't like, blockading sanctions, is that thinking holistically? The real shift to this new paradigm, the holistic paradigm, requires real transformation across the board of politics, economics, everything. Second, so first is internalize holism. Second, we must establish planetary ecological economics. We must build an economy that benefits everyone while living within the parameters of the laws of entropy, renewability, and steady state prosperity. My book examines what several ecological economists have to say about sustainable economics. This means drastic changes, no more growth mantra. You can't have infinite growth on a finite planet. No more growth mantra. It means cooperation rather than competition. It means socializing the concept of profit to the community rather than the private accumulation of individuals and corporations. Right? 1% of the world's population owns 50% of its wealth. This is criminal. This is not holism. It's fragmentation and domination. Ratifying the Earth Constitution is a key to making this happen because it takes the financial power out of private vested banking and corporate interests and places this power within the hands of the democratic representatives of the people of Earth under the authority of the Earth Constitution. There's a key to holism, right? The financial power is now in private hands. Wall Street banks, giant corporations that have more money and power than many nation states have. We got to take that financial power out of their hands and democratize it. That's what holism means, democratizing it for everybody, making the wealth of the planet available to everybody in a relatively equitable and democratic fashion. Third, we must promote spiritual and moral growth. We must design a world system that enhances cognitive, moral, and spiritual growth and that nurtures those aspects of human nature that transcend selfishness, egoism, fear, and hate, while promoting those aspects that include love, compassion, dialogue, mutual respect, and concern. Spiritual growth also transforms our relationship to nature from an attitude of domination and exploitation to one of respect, harmony, and coherence. The world system must engage in massive educational efforts to help humankind grow to maturity. See, the hate and fear and fragmentation is immaturity. It's human immaturity, right? The more mature people become, the more they learn care, respect, mutual dialogue, love, compassion. The world system must engage in this kind of educational effort, and the Earth Constitution is the only way that we can make this educational effort truly planetary. Not leaving it up to individual countries that often are just struggling to survive in the poor areas of the world, not leaving it up to the huge private media concerns, privately owned, that use propaganda to perpetuate nonsense like Fox News in the United States. We've got to have an educational effort for the whole planet to help people grow to planetary maturity. Fourth, we must institutionalize planetary applied science. The Earth Constitution establishes institutions at the regional, national, and planetary level that study and monitor the Earth as a whole and can respond in a timely fashion to maintain biosphere stability. In the famous book by Donna Meadows and other people called The Limits to Growth, which originally came out in 1972 and had the 30-year update in 2002, they say that explicitly, that if we want to protect the climate, we must be able to plan ahead. Not this year's politics, not this year's corporate profits, but 50 years ahead, 100 years ahead. We need a plan for the Earth. And this must be done by the climate scientists, those people who see the Earth as a system and how to deal with that system and its balances in a proper way. We need a planetary institutionalized system that deals with that. Buckminster Fuller called our spaceship, our planet a spaceship, right? James Lovelock, the great climate scientist, called our planet Gaia, not just a spaceship, but it's a living whole. It's like a living creature with the balance, the negative and the positive feedback mechanisms and so on. The good news is that we now have the expertise and the technology to implement regenerative and sustainable practices. The even greater good news is that the Earth Constitution designs a pervasive set of institutions, such as the integrative complex, to accomplish just this. Ratifying the Constitution will accomplish this task by placing our entire planet under an ecological monitoring, testing, and responding system designed to restore and protect the ecological health as a whole, insofar as that's still possible. Fifth and last, my fifth point and my last point on design for a living planet is that we must give the Earth a brain. The Earth, the noosphere, all this chatter, all this stuff that goes on, the human consciousness, the human dialogue, and all the medium that goes around the planet, it has no center. It has no brain. It has no unifying institutions that allow us as a planet, as a people, as a democratically empowered citizens of the Earth to do planning, to do thinking, to think about the whole. That's what the Earth Constitution does. It gives the Earth a brain. It gives the Earth a coordinating center, a world parliament, and all the institutions that go with that, a judiciary, and a world executive, and a world enforcement system. All of this will function as a brain for the noosphere, a brain for the Earth. Right now, the Earth is My friend Roger Cotilla says, the psychologist, the Earth is psychopathic, or at the least schizophrenic. And we need our Earth to become healthy and whole. It must be based on this concrete, well-designed Constitution and dedicated to the well-being of the whole. If you read the Constitution, everything in that Constitution is about the common good of the whole planet. To date, the world has no such coordinating self-awareness, and the Constitution provides it. Therefore, let me just conclude. The Earth Constitution provides a profound synthesis of climate science with democratic dialogue, economic sustainability, spiritual growth, and governmental authority, providing a coordinating, planning, and energizing center that is absolutely necessary if there is to be a future for human beings and other living creatures on Mother Earth. For the first time ever, it gives the Earth a brain. In sum, when we envision what designing a living planet must entail, we see that it must entail everything. It requires spiritual, economic, civilizational, and political holism. That is true unity and diversity across the entire planet and encompassing all humanity and civilization. Without this holistic and embracing design, it is difficult to see how humans, other living creatures, and our planet itself could have any kind of credible future. Design for a truly living planet, first and foremost, requires ratification of the Constitution for the Federation of Earth. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Glenn T. Martin. So we'll now proceed with the next thing in the ceremony. Let's proceed the ceremony with inputs on all significant themes by various eloquent speakers. So in this, I would like to first let me take the privilege of calling Hemlata Talsera. She's our first speaker. She's Director, Shrimati K.B. Dave College of Education, Gujarat. She's present amongst us. She has 45 years of experience in teaching of graduate and postgraduate teacher trainees. She has skills in teaching, training, writing, research, and administrations. And she also recently received Lifetime Achievement Award instituted by CCEAM Indian chapters and presented by CCEAM President Dr. Ken Bryan of Canada. So I request her, Dr. Professor Hemlata Talsera, to please present her views on this. Thank you.
Yeah.
Excuse me, ma'am, your mic is not working properly. Ma'am, sorry to interrupt you, but your mic is not working properly. Sorry to interrupt you, ma'am. Kindly check your mic, please. Your mic is not working properly. You are not audible properly. No, ma'am, your mic is not. Reconnect, ma'am. Please reconnect once again.
Hello. You hear me?
Sorry for the inconveniences. Till the time we connect back to Professor Hemlata, we move on to our next speaker. She is Dr. Adita Joshi. She's who is advisor, Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology, CSIR. She's also founder director, Sanskriti Foundation. Dr. Adita conducts capacity building and skill development in science education. She's also scientific consultant, teacher trainer, corporate trainer, mentor, and a scientific writer. I request Dr. Adita to please share her views.
Thank you very much, Chetna, for inviting me to this August gathering. I hope I'm audible. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, it gives me immense pleasure to be on this platform, and I thank World Constitution and Parliament Agreement, WCPA, for inviting me here. So the session and the theme that I have been given to speak on is inclusive global education for sustainable human living. Now, the concept of sustainability was very well defined by our keynote lecture today by Professor Dr. Glenn Martin, who gave us a 360-degree view of who we are and how we are not alone. We are actually outcomes of diverse and different things, and many elements that define sustainability in a big way. So we are interdependent, and we have multiple relationships with many elements that define sustainability. So education is, of course, one of them, and I'll come touch upon that in a few minutes from now. So as I have been introduced, that I'm a scientific consultant, and I am a trained scientist by education. So how education helps us, to be better individuals, to think about society and individuals on one platform. So that should be the role of sustainable education. It not only gives us upward socioeconomic mobility, but is also a key to escaping poverty. It is a human right. Education is a human right. So access to education and equality are important aspects. Now, coming to inclusiveness, we have a big word, a huge word, wherein we have all kinds of people, all kinds of communities, and not all of them are equally blessed. So inclusiveness is all about, bringing in these marginalized communities, special communities like refugee children, refugees, girls, and adult education is also another component of it. So inclusiveness is all about bringing these people into the mainstream, giving them equal, equitable opportunities to get educated and make some difference to the society they live in. Bringing on some data around, where educationists and where people who really feel that education drives the progress of the human race should work upon. So the data suggests, now this all data is from the UN, and it's probably it was out in 2018 or 19 reports, and of course for the last 2 years we have been struck by pandemic, so new novel data would emerge. So there are about 250 million that are already out of school as per the 2018 UN report. Most of them belong to the sub-Saharan African regions. So there are regions in the world which are more blessed and advantaged. There are regions that need, a large-scale intervention. Now, out of those who have got access to education, about 50% of the students, they do not meet proficiency levels in reading, writing, and mathematics. The online system of education that has been adopted due to the adversity that the pandemic brought in for us has also, widened and increased these kind of situations, wherein even if you go to and see students who are in well-placed cities who have all the access to digital tools and other things, even learning gaps have been highlighted there. Several studies have been carried out in the last 1.5 years of the pandemic. So why I'm bringing out these points is that whether you have access, whether you have no access, these are different verticals, and we need to develop different strategies for intervening in them. Other thing is that bringing in inclusiveness. So adult education, there are about 750 million adults which are in the bracket of illiteracy as per 2016-2018 reports, and half of the global illiterate population lives in South Asia, and our country also belong in the same geographical region. Okay, and around these areas, 2/3 of them which are illiterate are women. So again, the concept of inclusivity have to take care of, these kind of trends and these kind of data that have emerged out, and intervention needs to be made in this particular space. What we need to do now, and how we can bring in the concept of sustainable education. Now, sustainability initially it was defined, more in terms of making and developing our environment or conserving our environment. So it dates back to somewhere in 1987, wherein sustainable development was defined as development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So not only that we meet our own needs, but we devise strategies, we devise ways in which our future generations they also do not lag behind. So we need to regenerate and we need to develop. That has to go in parallel without, putting ourselves into a situation where our future generation are at the brink of extinction, as very well put by Dr. Martin. So the concept of sustainable development first emphasized environment, and many policies were sort of made around it. Whereas education came to the forefront in the context of sustainability only in the UN World Summit in Johannesburg in 2002, where it was emphasized that good quality education is an essential tool for achieving a more sustainable world. Now, education has different aspects. Now, there is something called developmental education, which is at the individual level. So an individual gets educated and transforms his or her own home or the way he or she lives. Then there is education for sustainable development. Now, this kind of ESD, the education for sustainable development, is something that is directly linked to the development, advancement, and progress of the society. So wherein multiple facets and multiple verticals come in. And then there is, of course, environmental education. So we are not alone, right? We interact as an individual with society and the environment. And we have to bring in all sections of the society. We have to bring all these three different facets wherein we bring and improve education at the individual level, at the societal level, and also use it as a tool to enhance the environment and the society we live in. So education for sustainable development includes many facets. It's very broad and it's multidimensional. So things like gender equality, justice, human rights, democracy and governments, ethics, peace, poverty alleviation, corporate responsibility, natural resource management, and biological diversity all fall under the realm of education for sustainable development. So this is pretty much the background. And in order to ensure this kind of education, these principles should be embedded in the curriculum in an interdisciplinary and holistic manner. Also, the curriculum or the education policy should share the values and principles that underpin sustainable development. And of course, in order to reach that stage where we are taken care of and also our future generations are taken care of, we need to promote critical thinking, problem solving, and action. We need to mobilize our youth. We need to mobilize our women. We need to mobilize every section of the society towards such a thinking and to come to a common platform where we share the core common values and principles wherein everyone benefits. And also, I see a lot of scope of allowing learners to be involved and participates in decision making. So if you are sort of involved, if you are educated in a way that you can sort of bring up your voice in decision making, in policy making, there is nothing that can be more participative and more transformative than this. Coming to the pandemic part, and I will also bring in how society, environment, and education together, the development in these three areas, how they are interlinked and interdependent. Now, the pandemic has brought, say, something called digital divide. That is very well, people very well know it. So students who were in the remote areas, who did not have access to digital tools or gadgets or technology or internet, they lagged far, far behind. Now, it is also to note that they were already lagging behind in terms of, language proficiency or mathematics or basic reading, writing skills. The pandemic had struck them in a much, much more harder way. Okay, so these are some of the problems that have come to our fores. Look at girls' education. Now, a lot of people lost their employment. Okay, so that's an economic part of it. So a lot of people lost their employment. Many of the girls' children and many of the younger children are now pushed into, things wherein they have to secure their bread and butter. Now, there is a dreadful scenario wherein even if the schools are open, these children might not return to the school because the economy has been hit hard. People have lost their jobs. And so one must look at all these different facets and how, what kind of interventive strategies you need to build on in order to bring these children back to school, in order to ensure that education is accessible to all, irrespective of, gender, caste, creed, or their socio-economic status. Right. So so I think there's a need to revise, the methods and the strategies so that we can fill in these gaps and we can fill in these problems that have arose because of pandemic. Now, coming to the other part of education, wherein you can mobilize women and adults and other sections of the society, for educating them more about how to sort of act towards taking this towards ending this pandemic. It is going to eventually end, but how we can as an educated society contribute to it. Now, the problems are of vaccine, anti-vaccine. Some people are afraid to take the vaccine. So that is a behavioral aspect. That's a socio-cultural aspect. Right? Maybe in some areas it might be a religious aspect. So how we can use education as a tool to sort of address some of those issues and make people more open to taking vaccines and to protect themselves and protect the other people around them, whereas not being selfish, as Professor Martin said, that think about the society, think about the human race as together. So those concepts can be also tackled using education. Now, other part is, the vaccine inequality. So vaccine inequality is another thing. Inequality is there in every area, but there are nations, there are segments of people who are facing these things. So how we can prepare our youth, how we can prepare our education system, how globally and at local level, so that in any adversity and in any good, how we can tackle problems in the face of adversity, and when we are moving in a positive direction, how we can harness the benefits in a much more better way. I'll take last 1 minute to talk about India, because this is the India chapter, and of course in the context of education and how we can use it as a tool for sustainable development. So India currently has a lot of young population. So the demography wise, India is at an advantage compared to countries like US, China, Japan, and other countries. So the average age of youth in India is around 28 to 29 years. Compared to other countries where it is, in the mid 40s or something. So we have a great demographic advantage, right? With all these problems that I have sort of highlighted, this is something which is really strong in our arsenal as a country. How we can channelize this young population via education to contribute towards nation building, to contribute towards society building, and to contribute towards economy, such that all these three things are in sync with each other. How we can mobilize the youth, and education is the tool. if we can mobilize this particular, population of youth, if we can intervene at higher education level, if we can intervene at high school or senior secondary school education level with a curriculum that represents, the goals and aims of sustainability holistically, I think, those kind of strategies can take us towards a sustainable society in a much, much better way. So with that, I'll just stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your thoughts, inputs, and suggestions. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, we'll move back again to our first speaker, Hemlata Talsera. We have connected her again with us. So she's Director, Shrimati KB, Dave College of Education. So we request her to please present her views.
Thanks, Neela. Honorable Dr. Martin.
I'm sorry to interrupt you once again, but your mic is not working properly. No, ma'am, your voice is not clear. Ma'am, kindly stop your video. Kindly off your video. Ma'am, kindly off your video. Ma'am, kindly speak once again. Hello.
I think we have
Sorry
a
for the
problem.
inconveniences. So we move on to our next speaker, Shweta Rai Talwar. She's present with us here. She has worked on an international level, devoting her life to social causes, women issues, world peace, and human rights. A much awarded and felicitated person, including from His Holiness the Dalai Lama, this national youth icon, Uttarakhand, Gaurav Pride of Uttarakhand, plunges headlong into serving downtrodden senior citizens, adolescents, fighting the evils of dowry, female feticide, marital rape, environmental degradation, stigma of HIV/AIDS victims, polio, etc., to wherever her heart directed. To her, it was her quest and calling and her offerings to the Almighty. She holds national posts and is on the executive body of varied organizations with consultative status with the United Nations. She writes on social causes and has published works including poetry to her credits. So we request her to please share your views, ma'am.
Namaskar, a very good morning. It gives me immense pleasure to be a part of this webinar here today amongst a gathering of such esteemed speakers. I wish to speak about building a culture of peace for our youth and the interventions and initiatives of the United Nations. A lot has been said for and against the United Nations. Yes, a uniform world constitution and parliament would be very effective and welcome. But the feasibility at times seems a bit difficult. However, it is for us as members and associates of the WCPA to keep initiating and trying, while at an individual level, we have to move towards ahimsa, shanti, and harmony and goodwill. India is known as the youngest nation in the world, with a majority of its population in the youth category. We have an immense responsibility to give direction to this vast human resource towards nation building, a peaceful, amiable, and harmonious world. The International Year of the Youth, with the theme Dialogue and Mutual Understanding, embraced UNESCO's vision of building peace in the minds of people. Since the inception of peace on unrest begins in the thought process of humans, peace and security are closely related to equitable, just, and fair societies. which are not fighting against poverty, casteism, racism, discrimination, and division of culture and beliefs. Peacekeeping, peacemaking, and peace building, though thought not to be the same, are actually conceptually interdependent, moving towards active peace, including interventions, giving voice to the voiceless, and witnessing the result of violence and oppression by non-stakeholders. The United Nations Charter gives the United Nations Security Council the power and responsibility to take collective action to maintain international peace and security. For this reason, the international community sometimes looks up to the UN Security Council to authorize peacekeeping operations. Within the United Nations group of nation states, government, and organizations, there is a general understanding that at the international level, peacekeepers monitor and are observing peace processes in post-conflict areas and also assisting ex-combatants in implementing peace agreements, commitments that they have undertaken. Most such international operations are implemented and established by the United Nations itself, with troops serving under UN operation control. In these cases, peacekeepers remain members of the respected armed forces, but do not constitute an independent UN army. It is not an army. As the UN does not have such a force, in cases where direct UN involvement is not considered appropriate or feasible, the Council may consider authorizing regional organizations such as NATO and the Economic Community of West African States or other coalitions of willing countries to undertake peacekeeping or peace enforcement tasks. The Office of the Military Affairs is headed by the military advisor, a serving Lieutenant General at the level of Assistant Secretary General, who is accountable to the Under Secretary General. I have had the opportunity of connecting and meeting with the peacekeeping military advisor, Lieutenant General Babagar Gaya from Senegal, many years back at the United Nations headquarters, New York, while attending the Commission on the Status of Women. Peacekeeping has proved to be one of the most effective tools available to the UN to assist host countries navigate from difficult paths from conflict to peace. The UN pioneers peacekeeping in 1948. There have been innumerable peacekeeping operations since then. Peacekeeping has unique strengths, including legitimacy, burden sharing, and ability to deploy and sustain troops and police from around the globe, integrating them with the civilian peacekeepers to advance multidimensional mandates. And it is a very effective tool available to the United Nations. Today's multidimensional peacekeeping operations are called upon not only to maintain peace and security, but also to facilitate the political processes, protect civilians, assisting in the disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration of former combatants, support the organization's elections, protect and promote human rights, and assisting in restoring the rule of law. However, now I come to my basic point. It is all within us, all about us. Conflict and tensions are an integral part of life. There are always different situations with different perceptions radiating from within ourselves to a larger system. If we lack the practices and tools to engage in generative and creative ways, we end up with rupture and violence in our relationships, in our countries, and the world at large. Reactions and responses should be solution generated with a deeper awareness of self, understanding of the power dynamics, and a curiosity behind the other party's position of behavior, while avoiding being judgmental and defensive. Moving away from dualities and considering the positives and negative aspects are very, very important. As rightly said by Master Ching Kweng of the Buddha Educational Foundation, be grateful to those who have hurt or harmed you, for they have reinforced your determination. Be grateful to those who have deceived you, for they have deepened your insight. Be grateful to those who have hit you, for they have removed your karmic obstacles. Be grateful to those who have made you stumble, for they have strengthened your ability. Be grateful to those who have denounced you, for they have increased your wisdom and concentration. Be grateful to those who have made you firm and resolute. Dignity, religious tolerance, equitability, mutual respect, dialogue, intercultural exchange, and doing away with malice and hatred are the key for conflict resolution. From time immemorial, India has culture of amity and goodwill with harbingers of peace, such as Lord Rama, Emperor Ashoka, the Great, Mahatma Gandhi, Dalai Lama, and Mother Teresa, who preached love, a word that frees us from the weight and pain of life. I am a great follower of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and I have embraced Buddhism. It was such a pleasure to be in his presence. The calming effect, his energy all radiates so much of peace. There is no evil like hatred and no fortitude like patience. Mother Teresa said that it is not only the magnitude of our actions, but the amount of love we put into them that mattered. The Mahatma taught us about Satya, Ahimsa, self-reliance, self-sufficiency, self-sacrifice. Lord Buddha preached that let us inspect our thoughts so that we do no unwholesome deeds. For as we sow, so shall we reap. The karmic law comes into full force, and hatred never ceases by hatred, but only by love alone. Cherish in your hearts boundless goodwill towards all living creatures, which is actually true religion. He asked mankind to do their duty, show kindness to each other, and find freedom from suffering. The famous poet Jalaluddin Rumi said, love makes bitter things sweet. Love converts waste copper to gold. By love, things become clear. By love, pain becomes healing. By love, the dead are brought to life. By love, the king is made into a slave. Mankind, especially the youth of today, citizens of tomorrow who will engage in national building with amicable societies, have to move away from a culture of nuclear warfare, terrorism, materialism, and shift towards simple, uncluttered living with a balance between needs and wants. As aptly said by Mahatma Gandhi ji, man has enough for his needs, but not enough for his greed. Let us all be the change that we want to see. Let us post-COVID-19 all take action and move towards a more sustainable society and future for all. The Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations are also pointers in that direction, somewhat. Nelson Mandela said, it seems impossible until it is done, but it has to be done. Individually, we may not be able to really do great things, but we can always do small things with a lot of great love. So said the harbinger of humanity, Mother Teresa. With these words, I end my discourse. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let us all move towards a lot of world peace and a uniform system, a uniform parliament if possible. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much to listen to your words and advices, suggestions. So next, we move on to our next speaker. She's present with us, Professor Dr. Pei Lang. She's PhD in neuroscience. She's professor at Brain Cognition Research Center. She's also director at Faculty of Education, Hubei University. So we request her to please present her views. She is present amongst us. Hubei University is a Chinese university. Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, hi. Hi, everyone. So thanks for the organization and thanks to give me the honored opportunity to share some idea or research some idea and results with others. So my research actually is related to vision and taste. So it's basically our sensory perception. And also I'm interested to compare this such sensory perception among different cultural backgrounds. So I have worked in China and in India. So I have collected some data about these both countries. And what we found that, for example, like the sweet taste, which is actually our daily important nutrient. And we found that number one is that actually our visual information influence the taste. So our taste sensitivity. So like if we drink some sugar water or if we drink some juice, so we feel sweet, which is important. But how we feel sweet, actually our sweetness threshold, it is different among different countries or cultural background. For example, when I'm in India, so I feel that people have the sweet culture. So people love the sweet food. This mishti culture, like when people go to visit friends, go to visit relatives, so love to buy this mishti as gifts and share with others. So that is the local culture. And with that background, so automatically, so our perception, so our sweetness threshold is relatively high. So the data which we have collected, so compare with Chinese data, so at least what we saw is that this Indian sweetness threshold is higher than the Chinese sweetness threshold, which is also understandable because compared with what I just mentioned, this mishti culture and share with others. So in China, so people also eat sweet, but that sweet is not that sweet as here in Indian local sweet. So that's the reason that the sweetness perception or threshold, so compared with different culture are different. But even on this background, what I mentioned at the beginning, how vision influence our sweetness taste, that which make people interested remains the same. What does it mean? So we have done some small experiments. So like, for example, we just design some different geometric shapes. So like a circular or triangle. So for example, just these two different groups. So one is more angular and one is more circular. And we do the experiments in India and in China. So what we find the results is that if people see the circular shapes, so their sweet sensitivity increases. So that means when you have the cake, if the cake is a circular shape, you feel it is more sweet. On the other side, if you drink black coffee, if the black coffee, the cups is an angular shape, it will make you feel more bitter. So this effect, what we found first in China with Chinese students, and then we also did the similar experiments in India, and we found the same results. So that means compare with both countries with a different sweetness threshold, what we found that this visual information impact our sweetness perception remains. And what is the reason behind that? That makes us think. And what we hypothesis is that it is our higher level cognition. So it's like related with our emotion and cognition. So in this part of our brain, so for example, when we see the circular shapes, that make us comfortable, make us feel cognitive ease. People all have this type of experience when you go to choose some, for example, in some shopping mall, when you move around, go shopping and look for a sofa, you would like to more soft, more circular shapes of sofa. So this type of feature of circular shape actually make us comfortable and relaxed. And that actually is shared among different people with different background. So that means, so compare with different country people, so this circular shape enhance the sweet sensitivity. On the other side, so why we see just a simple geometric like an angular shape, and that can enhance your bitterness sensitivity. Like when you drink black tea or drink black coffee, if the cup or if the plate is an angular shape. So the hypothesis that when you see the angular shape, and as human being, maybe along the evolutionary aspect, and that remind or consciously, unconsciously remind you some danger. So our brain feel alarmed. And that's why our attention, our focus has been scared. So this type of fear or scared feeling, that actually is associated with bitterness. So that is our hypothesis, that this circular shape is related with sweetness or comfortable. And on the other side, angular shape is associated with anger, fear, and also bitterness. So this type of sensory perception is what we found among different people with different backgrounds. So that can be the unique feature among the perception as human being evolution. And based on that, I would like to just give my conclusion that what make us to think in future, maybe we can design some food without add more integrated, but it remains we feel the same sweet or even sweeter. In that way, maybe we can eat more healthy and sustainable, and maybe more healthy and live more sustainable. So with that, I would conclude my talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So we now move on to again Hemlata ji. She's present with us now. So I request Hemlata Talsera ji to please present her views.
Yeah. Sorry, Dr. Neelam, thank you very much. And sorry for disturbance in the mic of my laptop. Honorable Dr. Martin, Colonel Tyagi, Major Goyal, Professor Murthy, and all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. It's my honor to present here, and we are in our college from KB Dave College of Education are doing a lot of work related to WCPA and Earth Constitution in the guidance of Dr. Martin. From January 1st, 2021 to continue the expert lectures on sustainable development. And under the presidency of Dr. Martin. So our college is established in 2003 in a trust, and motto of the college is Light to Enlighten. The students are expected to become lights of the society to illuminate the world. We are preparing responsible citizens who build the future of the democratic country. From 2003 till today, 900 B.Ed and M.Ed students and teachers are in the same campus. 2 B.Ed and the M.Ed colleges trained the double numbers of B.Ed trainees and same of the M.Ed trainees who build the democratic world citizens for the country of it strives to develop itself in a world-class center for teacher education and produce a competent teachers and foster values of the new global scenario, such as the eco-friendly, quality, and conscious teachers by a trust, and trained B.Ed and M.Ed teachers to the prime objective of our institution is to efficient and committed teachers and to make them to illuminate the world and displace all sort of darkness around them. The trainees are expected to become lights of the society to illuminate the world. The quest for excellence is highlighted in the vision and mission of the institutions. The college strives to develop itself into a world-class center for teacher education. We have national and global networking, linkage, and democratic administrative machines deep-rooted in every activities. And every year, we are taking making different researches, development, and the world citizenship for, and also we are under the guidance of Dr. Martin, we are trying our better to the for the Earth Constitution also, and it's my hope that the day is not far when one word, one education, one parliament, and one democratic government will set up. So in the last, I congratulate Dr. Martin for this commendable and very excellent work for one word. Thank you very much. Thank you, Neelam, for giving me chance again and again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your thoughts and ideas. So now I request Dr. Anupama Lakhera, she's present with us here, to please take comments and question answer session and views of Dr. Glenn, President WCPA Global, about the same. So I request her to do the honors.
Very good afternoon to each one of you, and all across the board, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are. And Dr. Glenn, I would like to start with what you had highlighted in your speech today, which you have mentioned in your book also, about Earth Constitution. You had highlighted about using traditional wisdom and spiritual growth for bringing about a paradigm shift in the Earth Constitution. So could you just elaborate a bit about those points?
Yes, the traditional wisdom in all of the great world religions, all the great cultures of the world, the ancient cultures of the world, was holistic. In my 2008 book called The Scent of Freedom, I call it a static holism, because in the ancient cultures, they did not see the universe as evolving. They saw the universe as given to us, but it was given to us in a holistic fashion so that human beings and natural world and the divine dimension of the world were interrelated and integrated. So human life was part of this holistic framework. And when that began to disintegrate, especially with the rise of science, which suddenly raised the natural world and its laws to a kind of status that devalued the human element, right? Human beings just became one animal among all the animals. That we became just mechanisms under the Einstein, under the Newtonian point of view. But now, as I was saying in my talk, with the discovery of the holism, the new paradigm of the holism of the universe that began with Max Planck in 1900 and Einstein in 1905, so now we understand that holism, where human beings, the natural world, and the divine dimension interpenetrate with one another, that is now an evolutionary holism. So we've gone from a static holism to a fragmentation of early modern science, now to an evolutionary holism in which the universe is seen as going someplace. It has produced human intelligence and so on. And so that's what I meant when I said that there's a parallel between the ancient wisdom and the contemporary holism.
Now, are there any comments from the audience? Any questions, queries, or comments from the audience?
Any comments from audience? Any questions, please? If you have any question, just raise your hand.
Respected sir, I'm Manju. I would like to ask you one simple question. As you have just given us an enlightenment as to how the world can sustain with the kind of knowledge that we have to have deep rooted, what in your thoughts would be the bridging gap between the current explorations which are going on to what it was explored, I would say years back, BC? So how do we bridge this gap and bring the people to one stage of existence? What is your thought on this?
Well, thank you for that question. It's a very profound and difficult question to ask the question of how. But there, I was mentioning in my talk that one of the design features that the Earth Constitution will promote is spiritual growth, right? Spiritual development. And I think that there is a natural, if you will, evolutionary development that we can see. Many psychologists have talked about this, spiritual thinkers, some philosophers like Jürgen Habermas have talked about this, where the egoism of youth is transformed into a kind of socialized existence called ethnocentrism, in which we begin to participate fully in our society and we begin to overcome our egoism. But as we grow spiritually and morally, we begin to develop a world-centric perspective. And this is especially powerful since the early 1960s, when those first photographs from space began to be available to humanity, seeing our planet as this blue sphere floating in space. It's the first time ever in human history that people were able to see our planet as a whole. And I think that it has stimulated world-centric consciousness. Right? And the spiritual thinkers, both ancient and contemporary, say that beyond world-centric consciousness, there is cosmic consciousness. That we, Sri Aurobindo speaks of this, for example, so that we are capable of slowly overcoming that egoism. And that egoism is at the heart of capitalism. It's at the heart of nation-state conflicts. Right? I am an American, I am a Russian, this is my country and my power and so on. That's all childish egoism. But we can overcome that with world-centric and cosmocentric consciousness so that, the question is, you asked the question how, we need to integrate this kind of perspective, I think, into our educational processes wherever we can. We need to let our students know that this kind of growth is possible and the direction for it and the kind of things they can do, whether it be meditation or dialogue with others, the kinds of things they can do to help humanity move into these higher levels of consciousness. So I hope that at least gives some thoughts about in response to your question.
Certainly. Thank you so much.
Any other yes, ma'am.
Next question, please.
LSG, you have a question. Please ask your question. We have unmuted you. LSG, we have unmuted you. If you have a question, please ask. Okay, we have Eugenia with us. Dr. Eugenia Almond, she has a question.
Please, we'll take after the break.
Okay. Sorry for the inconvenience, but we'll take these questions after the break. So it's a time for break, 5-minute break we have here. Sorry for the inconveniences. We'll meet after the break. Thank you.
your shoulder. Feel as if you're just like a feather. No weight. There is no weight. You're almost bodiless. Relaxed, light, happy.
May everyone be happy. May everyone be free from diseases. May no one be subject to misery. The world will be glorified when it is competent and successful in uploading its ancient virtues and tradition to its citizens. And the world will be competent and successful when the teachers of the nation are successful in fulfilling their responsibilities. And the teachers will be called successful when they inculcate a sense of feeling of national character in every person, every student. Devoid of the feelings of nationalism, unawareness and ignorance of nationalism among the citizens won't lead to a healthy development of the world. Experiences of the past tell us that a nation loses due to lack of knowledge and not due to lack of weapons. It is imperative to make the people, the government, realize the fact that if people lose faith in their devotion for the nation, then other spheres in the country will lead to strife further in the future. Uniting people to the society and society to the nation and nation to the world is essential. So, very soon we will have to bring the people, the society, the nation and the world under one umbrella, and that umbrella will be called globalism. Teachers must accept the challenge to rebuild the nation and the world. No matter what obstacles would be there, teachers will have to conquer them optimistically. Only a powerful teacher will be able to protect the scriptures, heritage and virtues of the country as true nation builders. So let's aim together to make the world safe, healthy and beautiful. And therefore, World Constitution and Parliament Association, WCPA, aims for common dignity, equal opportunity, good health, peaceful environment for all human beings, and believes in disarmament and one world, one family. So please contact us at 90900400029. You can email us at office@wcpa.global. Visit our site www.wcpa.global and register for Provisional World Parliament PWP 2021 http://www.wcpaindia.org/ May everyone be happy. May everyone be free from diseases. May no one be subject to misery. The world will be glorified when it is competent and successful in uploading its ancient virtues and tradition to its citizens. And the world will be competent and successful when the teachers of the nation are successful in fulfilling their responsibilities. And the teachers will be called successful when they inculcate a sense of feeling of national character in every person, every student. Devoid of the feelings of nationalism, unawareness and ignorance of nationalism among the citizens won't lead to a healthy development of the world. Experiences of the past tell us that a nation loses due to lack of knowledge and not due to lack of weapons. It is imperative to make the people, the government, realize the fact that if people lose faith in their devotion for the nation, then other spheres in the country will lead to strife further in the future. Uniting people to the society and society to the nation and nation to the world is essential. So, very soon we will have to bring the people, the society, the nation and the world under one umbrella, and that umbrella will be called globalism. Teachers must accept the challenge to rebuild the nation and the world. No matter what obstacles would be there, teachers will have to conquer them optimistically. Only a powerful teacher will be able to protect the scriptures, heritage and virtues of the country as true nation builders. So let's aim together to make the world safe, healthy and beautiful. And therefore, World Constitution and Parliament Association WCPA aims for common dignity, equal opportunity, good health, peaceful environment for all human beings, and believes in disarmament and one world.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back once again. So here we left with some questions. So we'll proceed with these questions and then we'll move on with our speakers. So first question we'll take of Alice. Alice, are you present here? You raise your hand. Are you present? Okay. Please ask your question. You are unmuted.
Dr. Shane, we can't hear you. No, no voice.
Sir, your mic is not working.
Please check your mic.
Okay.
Dr. Shane, your mic is muted.
So we'll move on.
Please
I
unmute.
think Dr. Ellis' mic is not working properly. So sorry for the inconveniences. We'll take his question later on. So sorry for the inconveniences. So we'll move on here to our next speaker, who is Chambi. Okay, sorry for the inconveniences. So we have our next speaker with us, Professor Chambi Puranik. He is former Dean and Professor Mysore University. Chambi Puranik is an Indian political science educator. He is also certified distance education and open university teacher as well. So we request Professor Chambi Puranik to please present his views from Mysore.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Unmute your mic.
Hello. Yeah. Hello.
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, Dr. Martin and Colonel Tejendra Palji, Major Goyal, my good friend, an associate in expanding education through University of Mysore for last 3 decades, and all the distinguished members of WCPA and the experts who have shared their thoughts, and the other experts who are going to share later also. I thank you for giving me an opportunity to discuss about this particular aspect of global kind of impact on the entire education system, from primary to higher education and the research and the future knowledge society that the world wants to see in India, and also not only in India, but in other parts of developing countries of the world at large, because your association is a parallel to the United Nations organization, which is more formal, but this is not only informal. I think it has a kind of moral basis, and the kind of messages that you send, the kind of objective or the agenda you have, I think it goes beyond the basic objectives of the UNO, and also the topics that we have scheduled for discussion for today and tomorrow. So that's it. Second one is the global scenario of higher education. I'm very particular about the kind of things that are happening in the world, vis-a-vis the context of India also, because India has got 1.3 billion people. Whatever happens in India, perhaps it will send good messages across to the entire globe, to the developing world also, because in another 20 or 15 years, we are going to overtake China in terms of our population and in terms of our whatever skills and the kind of human resources that we have and all that. So that's the point that I would like to mention here also. And also the directions of the global education development as reflected in Sustainable Development Goal 4, 2030 in particular. I think, the agenda has been very well focused, and it's very well understood also, because it wants to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. It's a huge challenge because the kind of situation in which we are placed. Now, I will give you one particular example of India itself. We are a country with such a vast human population and also human resources. Earlier, our education itself was called as human resource development, but now we have come back to education because we want to focus more on these aspects also. That means there is a kind of a transformation that is taking place in India for the last 6 or 7 decades, I would say. See, the earlier education was purely elitist. It was not reaching the people beyond 10% or 15% of the people who are educated. I'm not saying about literacy. The literacy and education are totally different. So I would like to clear it that from the point of view of Indian higher education, I think it's a big challenge. And we have to think of, supposing, we have a goal of knowledge society, that kind of knowledge society we want to establish by 2030, as it has been highlighted by our National Education Policy 2020 and earlier education policies of the previous governments that were there. All of them have done their whatever kind of contribution they have added. But today, the new NEP, the new education policy, has opened a kind of a new vista for the future growth of education in India also. So higher education, as I said, from the elitist to egalitarian mold, structurally we need to change it also. Now, when I said structurally, it includes the role of universities and the leadership that is required in the universities. It is not the structure alone which will happen. It is the people. It is the leaders, the vice chancellors, the faculty, and the other supporting staff, who create and build a new society. And that's the kind of goal that we should have when we think of removing this inequality or the kind of deprivations, and also the kind of lack of opportunities for the general masses that we are there. So we must say that the uneven kind of growth in India itself is one sample of proof of the kind of grossly kind of visible kind of inequality that persists. So I'm not making a political statement. I'm making a very social and economic statement. So higher education has not met the main goals in preparing the youth to contribute for this kind of transformation that is required. So in order to build a nation of based on its own future growth, wealth, or whatever the potential that we have, we need to focus on knowledge society. No, knowledge society will not come only on the basis of mere degrees or the kind of institutions that we have. And also, for example, in the context of India, we have now, as on today, we have 1,043 universities, out of which central government has 49 central universities, which it has funded liberally also. It's a welcome step. And there are 405 state universities, which the federal structure of India has permitted them, because education is in the concurrent list. So both the state and the center can jointly take this challenge ahead and reach the sustainable whatever goals that the United Nations has UNDP has placed before us by 2030. But I think the kind of progress that is there is not such encouraging. Or I would say that there is a lot need to be done. It is not the pessimistic view that I am presenting. All that I am saying is the opportunities are there. The global context is the kind of the opportunities that we have in the era of technology, the kind of science, and the kind of global village that we have created. I think we need to be very fortunate in that also. And also private-public participation. Look at the number of universities. Earlier, there were only 20-25 private universities. Today, there are 328 private universities in the country. And the colleges, 42,343 colleges are there. And apart from that, 11,779 standalone institutions are there. There are niche areas, the special areas. For example, yoga, or the kind of ethnic studies, or the folk literature. Some of them are also given encouragement, and they are standalone universities or institutions which have the kind of recognition that is required also. The enrollment is still at the level of from earlier 26 to 38.5%. So out of this 38.5%, 9.6 billion are male. Almost nearer to that is 8.9 million female students are there. So that means by 2025, if we have to develop this kind of new knowledge society, we need to march ahead, with the goals that we have, and also that. So I would say, in general kind of approach that we have to emphasize more on quality. It is quantitative. Whatever figures I have given, it is quantity oriented. I'll give you one small example for introspection only, because you see, we need to be competitive, or we need to reach the global expectations and standards also. Out of first top 100 universities in the world, I think only 5 or 6 from India, the two Indian Institute of Science, IITs, they figure in, not other universities. Out of 200 top universities in the world, very few reach the level of the lowest part of 200 in that category. So that means to say there is something wrong. There is something which lacks in Indian higher education, which we need to think of. So therefore, I'm not going to give more details about this. the kind of whatever challenge that we have, it is a challenge which I think depends more on good governance. That's the point. So when I say good governance, the policy is good, NEP framework is very good. It gives a kind of flexibility which we never had in India. A science student can study art and culture, or an art student can study physics or chemistry if he is capable of it, because the kind of opportunities and all the time, whatever the kind of flexibility it is there, he can get certificate, he can get diploma, and he can complete the degree. If he is more interested or group to research, he can go to higher education. It's wonderful, the kind of situation that is. So all the plans that we have, I think there is a need for structural and functional aspects to be focused today in higher education. So we need to review and also reinvent the entire gamut of our operational mechanism in the context of NEP of 2020. That loaded statement that I made, I think ultimately depends on the quality of teachers that is there. That's why I said good governance. A vice chancellor is the first teacher who is the person who is going to take care of this. He's like a captain of a ship. So therefore, we need that kind of good governance. On the basis of his leadership, the teachers have to be trained and all that. I'm not focusing on primary or secondary education. That is also a big issue, because of paucity of time, I'm confining to higher education because that has been my field for the last 4 or 5 decades. So therefore, this takes us to the main issue of the attributes for good governance. How a university education should be in the hands of right people, in terms of making a social impact, the social good, and improvement in the quality of life. That is more important. Today, you see the fate of our 70% of graduates or products of the university. They are unemployable. And, not forget the underemployment. They are unemployable. And 80% of our engineering graduates, they don't find placement. They become bank managers or they go to MBA program. It's a last kind of mismatch is there. We have invested, taxpayers and the government, we have invested so much money in our higher education institutions. Now, where are we heading? If this kind of situation is, therefore, we need to focus at the leadership level also. If the university is led by a person who has enormous commitment in terms of knowledge society, based on his academic excellence and the insights that he possesses, he should tell the entire governing body of each university, because the NEP is already there. The NEP is only a structure. It's like the Constitution of India, which has given wonderful kind of guidelines for the growth of democratic India. So therefore, in this context, I would say the end of all education, if it wants to go side by side with the UN goal of sustainable development, it should have social good and improvement in the quality of life of the people of this country. So that has not come forth with from the university sector, and that's why I am very particular about this particular point also. So in terms of whatever the situation that we have, I would like to go into the leadership qualities that are required also. Now, what kind of leaders that we need in the university also? That is a very important point which I would like to focus today for the discussion purpose also. The responsibility of the university administration is not only in terms of designing a new curricula, but also giving that kind of quality teachers also. Today, we don't have so much of qualified teachers to take it forward. The NEP, I'm talking, and not that the universities are doing their routine job of holding annual examinations after teaching. And because in the post-COVID context, I think it's going to be much more serious also. That's the kind of situation that we have. So apart from all these kind of separation and all that, I would like to say the functions of the Higher Education Council, which we are planning to have, they have the role of making higher education as relevant, meaningful, and important from the point of view of the sustainable goals that the UN has set before us. That is the kind of situation to which we have to go there for. So to oversee all this, Higher Education Council itself will be a very small body at the apex. I think India is a federal system. It's a vast country. The kind of unity and diversity that we are talking always has been the main challenge or responsibility for us also. Because See, in India, we don't have a common national language. We have several languages which are considered as national languages. English is for the South Indians, Hindi is for North Indians, and the rest of India, they try to adjust with this also. So therefore, I would say to oversee and monitor the kind of effective implementation of NEP, I think we need to think of different kinds of the kind of a decentralized approach also. The decentralized approach means UGC is there, and then new National Higher Education Council is going to be there. But it should have the right people at different parts of the country. Zonal wise, it's very good to start with. You have zonal officers of UGC. That itself is not enough. You involve more of academics. And the second aspect of my submission today for your reflection, if you want to really succeed in realizing the goals of NEP as well as the sustainable development goals of UN side by side, parallelly, you should think of autonomy also. The university should get autonomy. So everything should not come from above. It should be from bottom up. And the top level should have the kind of openness to accept for this kind of whatever implementation of the kind of new policies that way. So therefore, a new ethos and trust of collaborative educational federalism is required. That's it. The point of federalism is not the powers of the state. Education is in the concurrent subject, like agriculture. We have the kind of openness to go with new policies also. So it is for the states to implement it. And Karnataka has been the first state to implement, at least to start make a good beginning in the implementation of new education policy. First state in the country. Today the others are, but we have initial problems also. I think we will overcome because India has got so much of expertise. We have a lot of experts. But the problem of Indian higher education is in terms of the implementation side also, the kind of implementation. So here I have a small problem, in terms of the structure that we have built in. The checks and balances must be there. Now, where do you bring in checks and balances? Is it by regulation? Or is it by giving autonomy to the universities or the standalone institutions to do that? The third thing is the role and entry of private-public participation. That is also there. Today, most of the kind of parents, if they can afford, they would like to send their children to private universities. Why government or state universities are not sought after again? The fee structure is very accommodative, affordable, and also flexibility is there. And the kind of reservation policy and all that, that's followed strictly in all state and central universities. In private institutions, there is a kind of lack of this kind of flexibility that's seen in the government institutions. So there's a third point which keeps me worrying, how to see that the NEP becomes a success. So here comes the social responsibility, corporate social responsibility, the private managers. So for example, Infosys, Dr. Sudha Narayanamurthy, she's such a great philanthropist. She has come forward to give support to universities if they want to implement. They want to give library facilities or scholarships and all that. This is only a patchwork. It is not sufficient. It is as a country as a whole, I think the government should involve the corporates side by side with the universities and bring in the kind of collaboration that is there. And all this will certainly reduce the burden on the government. Government alone cannot give so much money. It has, see, we have taken another 15, 20 years to see the success of NEP. It will not come right now because from primary education up to the higher education, level on research. Research will definitely take care. All intelligent students will go to the research also. That is not the point. My only worry is in terms of public-private participation, corporate social responsibility, there is lack of clarity. Who is going to invest in what? It is somebody giving donation, somebody taking care of a temporary crisis. That is not the point that I would like to emphasize also. So therefore, the curbing of commercialization in higher education is important. There are very good universities. I don't want to give example or name because they are doing good job, but the fee structure is so expensive. Like, common man like you and me going to the Supreme Court, leave alone to the High Court. We can't go to Supreme Court if we want to get justice or redressal of whatever grievances that we have. So in that context, the commercialization aspect of higher education has to be tackled. That's why I said checks and balances, and that particular thing is there. And also, in terms of the multiple checks and balances that we are proposing, the key responsibility depends on the regulatory system also. Regulatory system should not be so tight that it should not prevent the private participation just like that. Private also needs that kind of, well, why do they want to come there? Is it because they should be given some kind of incentive? I'm not saying tax exemption. If they invest in higher education, they should also have a kind of opportunity to absorb some of the products of this joint venture or collaboration into their employment sector also. So therefore, this kind of agreement between the private sector.
Chambi sir, a humble request, please. We have 4 more speakers before lunchtime.
Okay,
I humbly request, please short your speech.
Okay. I will come to.
Thank you.
Yeah, I will come to my concluding part only. Very important, relevant decisions, because all of you definitely can get through Google and YouTube, all that. First point is, if you want to make sustainable development through education, right from primary to higher level, I will concentrate on higher level because higher education is very, very crucial today because we have a goal of knowledge society. So effective governance and leadership for higher education institutions, they are lacking. That's why I said out of 200 top universities in the world, only few, 4 or 5 will come. Out of 500, some 10, 15 may come. So this is a big challenge, that particular thing. So the governance and leadership contribute to a creation of culture of excellence. Excellence is the core message or purpose of higher education. If you want to have a university, when you want to call it university, it's a center of excellence. Otherwise, it is not a degree mill. So that's the point. Second is, apart from excellence, innovation. Today in the post-COVID situation, all our whatever the kind of research has failed to anticipate such emergencies, and our medical education system is in very, very bad shape also, in spite of medical council and all, because the surprise, suddenly you are taken away. So therefore, innovation is required. Innovation in terms of emergencies, innovation in terms of sustainability and continuation of the whatever system that we have, the structural kind of functional efficiency that's required. So therefore, if you aim at the world-class institutions, I'm sure the global and Indian can correlate together also. They can come together. So it's a strong self-governance, and also the kind of collaborations that are there. Ultimately, I come to my original point of presentation for your reflection. That is, the institutional leaders are required. We have vice chancellors, we have education ministers, and all that. But I don't know, within the 15 years framework now, some of us, we are cross 76, we may not be alive. But you, younger people, should see how within 15 years, what professor has today said on behalf of all my peers, that are we going to take care of this kind of implementation as a holistic proposal, not as a piecemeal patchwork solution. So therefore, the kind of structure that I emphasize is that the government should not interfere in the appointment of vice chancellors. There must be autonomy, and also it is a very, very crucial thing that we should have men of eminence, high academic qualifications as the experts or the leaders of institutions. So identification of such outstanding leaders, and also seeing that the kind of quality education that we would like to pass on to the present and the future generations, and raise our gross enrollment ratio to about 40 to 50% in another 20-25 years. By 2030, we would like to make it 50%, but it's not numbers. That's why I said unemployable. So therefore, my dear participants and other experts who are here, they have got to.
Madam Speaker, we need to hear from some other people.
Pardon?
We need to hear from some of the other speakers.
Okay, thank you very much. I thank Mr. Martin, Dr. Martin and Goyal for your giving me this opportunity also. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your suggestions, advices, and inputs. So we'll move on to our next speaker. Dr. Mahipal is present with us. He's former Director, Rural Development Department, Government of India. He's present with us here on the platform. So he's the next speaker to present his views. So I request him to please limit your time, all the speakers, to 10 minutes. And here, Dr. Mahipal, the floor is yours. Dr. Mahipal?
Okay, hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
You are unmuted.
Hello, I unmuted. Hello.
Sir, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to interact on the issues of rural regenerations in local and
Sir,
global.
please on your video, please.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Please, sir.
Yes. So I'm very grateful to Rakesh Chokarji, who is the president of the Delhi chapter, who has invited me to interact on these important topics. And I listened the speech of our friends and found that the aims or objective of the association is to build up the social capital across the world, and that is very important for having peace or harmony and love and service to the entire humanity. So I would be talking about that in an emerging world order, what would be the role of India? That is the theme of this seminar. And I would be focusing on the problems, the provisions, and the achievements and tasks ahead in context of rural development and the institutions engaged for rural development, and what would be the way out. I would be confining to my time frame giving by the Honorable Chairperson of the session. The problem is inequality. It may be social, it may be economic, it may be in another way one can say. But 3 reports are available with us, and which has thrown the problems in the world. One is the inequality report of 2022. It indicates that the bottom 50% of the total earning is less than 15%. Even in MENA region, it is even 10%. Whereas the richest 10% are having more than 40%, or in some area, some region is close to 60%. This is the income. But about the wealth, that is more important, that determine the future development, future growth. That share of bottom of 50% in the world to the total global wealth is 2% only. They are on the fringe. They are nowhere almost. And the share of 10% is about 76%. It means that 50% of the humanity is having only 2% of the wealth of the world. Whereas the 10% is, having this 76% wealth. That is the one thing, one scenario. Second, that between 1995 to 2021, the top 1% captured 38% of global increment wealth, while the bottom 50% captured frightening only 2%. And here the share of women is very serious here, because they are trailing behind in many areas, including wealth. Now, this is one aspect. Second is the global multidimensional poverty index 2021, that is published by the Oxford University Poverty and Human Development Initiatives, and the UNDP revealed that the highest incidence of poverty is among ST, SC, which are ex-untouchables, and OBC, other backward classes, segment of the population in India. So it means that the problem that we are talking about at international level, about this inequality report depicts that the problem is more serious in India, particularly those sections who are on the margin. Another, the third report, the All India Debt and Investment Survey 2019, the Government of India, that is brought out by the National Statistical Office, which highlights the disproportionately the meager est is owned by the STs, SC, and OBCs. These are the marginal section of the society, and it is continued to be forced in the discrimination group. For example, poverty level among ST says 50.6%, SC 33.3%, OBC 27.2%. Others that is not belong to that three caste, they are three groups, that is 15.6%. In case of population, in case of investment, or sorry, the assets, these are also trailing behind these three communities, and the best and the most sufferer is the ST, after that SC, and then the OBCs. So what are the reason for all this is the participation, the effective participations, that these sections are not engaged in a participation, means they are not getting the proper share from the cake. Now, what are the, in context of rural area, I would be focusing on the provisions are there. At the national state level, there is a different initiatives by the government. About, for examples, different schemes and programs are there for benefiting the marginalized sections, women also. There is a centrally sponsored scheme, a state-sponsored scheme. Many schemes are there. And in 1992, there is also a 73rd amendment to the Constitution, which is a paradigm shift in decentralization in India, which among other 6 enables the panchayats, that is panchayat means rural local government, to function as an institution of self-government, and they will prepare the plan for not only economic development, but for social justice. Social justice means those who are on the margin, they have to be looked after under that plan. And prepare the plan for the area, including the 29 subjects listed in the 11th schedule of the constitutions. And this 29 subject is from even the agriculture to maintenance of asset, health, education, agriculture's, all list is there. So again, to have a share, the space for the marginalized section, that is also given there. Share of SC, STs are there according to their population. Women, 1/3 share is women for as a member, as a president in the panchayat, rural local self-government. Here it is a 3-tier structure. At the Gram Panchayat level, it's called the Gram Panchayat. At block level, there is a Panchayat Samiti, somewhere is a Kshetra Panchayat, and district level, Jila Parishad. This is a 3-tier structure. And there are about 2.5 lakhs this panchayats across the country in rural areas. About 600 or so is the district level, Jila Panchayats, and about 5,000 or so at the intermediate level, the block level, the panchayats are there, in which more than 3 million elected representatives, including women, that is more than 42%, SC, STs, they are OBCs, they are participating there. Well, suppose they have the share there as a member as well as the chairperson at different level. Now, what are the issues? Results are key, the arrangement for people's participation was given there that was not effective. It is become the president centric at the village level or the official centric at the village level. So the provision is there, the participation, but that could not participate, and only the minority. Minority means that a certain section of the dominant section of the rural society are participating. And as Professor Hanmanta Rao said in his working group report long back, that those who participate, they enjoy the benefits. But here, only the elite participate in the process, and they are getting the more and more benefits from the participation. Whereas the peoples who are on the margin, that is SC, ST, women, they are in numbers, they are more in numbers, but they are not participating in the process. That's why they're not getting the benefits. So here the participation is the base which has to be focused. Now, what is the reason? Main reason is that, because time is short, that is, we will discuss somewhere in details, that why these institutions has not been emerged as a government, at the local government, at local levels. They are supposed to be defined proper function, funds and functionaries to deal with the different aspects, but they have not been given as supposed to be. The different reports show all these things. Why it is so? Because the political leaders and the bureaucrats are not interested to devolve power to them, and they don't want to become a vibrant institution at local level. Why it is so? The Ashok Mehta Committee in 78 has said, that is, I'm simply repeating that the bureaucrats are only interested to work under the higher level of their officials, so that they will get the good CR, etc. from them. They are not interested in the panchayat level officials, panchayat level elected representatives. They are not interested. Second, the politicians are not interested, that they do not want to have a third level of power pressure at the district or sub-district level, at local level. So they are not interested that other center of power will emerge below state levels. So that's why these are not promoted. Even in a tribal areas where the poverty is more, that I just pointed out, there is a provision of panchayat in scheduled area where that the Jal Jangal Jameen, land, forest, and waters are under the control of local communities. But they have their rules, regulation has not been put in the practice, but generally they are also on the fringe. They are still on the margin, but that has not been put into practice as is supposed to be. So it would be concluded about this that a structure is there, fine, very good arrangements are there, committee system is there, Gram Sabha, that is the voters' assembly of the village, that is provision is there, but rarely that they will meet regularly. Where there is a civil society is active, where there is a social capital is there, where there is a pressure groups are there. So there that has been functioning well, or otherwise it is not functioning. And generally in Hindi, it is said that ghar baar sab tumhara, koti kutle ke haath na lagana. It means that, that power, everything belongs to you. Fine. That politicians say like this. This power to the people. This is everything in local area, panchayats belong to you. But please don't touch the vitals of the household. Don't touch the vital things. Vital, what is the power? What is the function? Functionaries. They would be outside the purview of that. So, but however, everything belongs to you. So such type of things is there. So what would be the one aspect? Another is there is no demand from the grassroots level also. It is very interesting to to share with the community, world community, that the two sides of decentralization, the supply side or demand side. The demand side, there is no pupils coming forwards to come, because the reason, I think, as a student of rural local government, that the margin, those who are living in the margin, they are under poverty. They don't have any assets. So they are not able to assert that they're supposed to get all these benefits, but they are not getting. And where they approach, where they go. The state is far from there, state capitals. The central government is far from there. So what should be the alternative for that? Alternative is the activation of this arrangement, जो भी ग्राम सभा मीटिंग etc. committee system also will be activated. And last
Dr.
but not least,
Mahipal, sir,
I'm concluding,
may I
madam.
humbly request you to short your speech, sir, please.
I'm concluding, just concluding. So the solution lies creation of the district government at the district level, where the DC, the district collector, should be accountable to the district level government representatives. Here one may say, what would be the benefit? Benefit would be that at the district level, that the bureaucracy would be accountable to the local elected representatives. Here, at present, the district level, the DC is accountable to the state government. But there is no mechanism at the district level where there is a district government, where the pupils from the village, they can approach very easily to go there and sort out their issues. The solution lies that strengthening the Panchayati Raj system, local self-government. Similarly, in the urban area, that is also there, and constitution as a district government under the Constitution of India, where they will be the official will be accountable to the local representatives at the district level. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Thank you very much to share my views.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your inputs. So we'll now move on to our next speaker. Professor Parmeshwaram is present with us. He's professor from Gujarat National Law University. So we request him to please present his views. Professor Parmeshwaram, are you there? Okay. So we request you to please present your views, sir. And please limit your time to 10 minutes. So everybody, all the speakers are requested to limit their time to 10 minutes. Thank you.
Am I audible?
Yes,
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I thank all the dignitaries of this wonderful program, especially our philosopher, Professor beloved Professor Glenn Martin, and all those who are associated with the WCPA, Major Goyal, Professor Murthy, and each and everyone who are present here for today's session. It's a great honor for me to share some of my insights with all of you. And I had the best fortune of interacting with Professor Glenn Martin some time back, and I'm continuing that discussion. And I'm very happy to say that this is a very interesting thing that is happening. I come from a legal background, and I teach spirituality in law, and I teach ethics, and I train people how to look at world, how to look at humanity, and so on. Before I begin to share some of my insights, I would be very happy that if we take the Earth Constitution as shown in the World Parliament government website, the preamble of it. The preamble gives the whole gist. The preamble gives the whole essence. Some key words that I am going to take today in my short presentation, which will explain what we need to do in order to bring Earth Constitution into our daily life. The preamble says, realizing that humanity today has come to a turning point in history. We all are aware of this now. We have come to a turning point, and there is a turning point in the whole human history. We are in crossroads. We don't know where to go, how to go. At the same time, the positives of it is that we have become interdependent, and that is indispensable right now. We cannot avoid this. The information communication technology, which is spreading very fast, the artificial intelligence, which is coming very close to our life. And we are almost becoming like one single family in one single planet, in one single Earth consciousness. We cannot avoid this. Our whole humanity is moving towards that. But the biggest challenge is we have so far lived in certain divisiveness. We have so far lived in fragmented, isolated entities here and there. There was nothing wrong in that, and there is nothing wrong in that. That is how the human consciousness evolves. But we are not happy with that because the existing reality has shown that we have not yet achieved peace. We have not yet achieved justice, equality, liberty, fraternity, and so on. All the ideals that we want, all the ideals that we dream and cherish for. So how do we get that? The question comes whether we do we need that or not? Of course, we have come to a situation in which we cannot, or we can no longer move in only one direction, or we can no longer consider the lopsided growth or lopsided development as the development of our life. We need an integrated model. We need an integral consciousness. We need an integral opening from within ourselves towards everything else outside us. And this is the realization that humanity is undergoing today. And that is the turning point in history that we are right now here. And the preamble says, we are on the threshold of a new world order, which promises us to usher in an era of peace, prosperity, justice, and harmony. And aware of the interdependence of the people, the nations, and all life. And aware of what has happened in the past and what has happened so far till date now. How much we have used science, how much we have used technology, how much we have understood what is society, how much we have understood collectivity. All those things with all its ifs and buts, with all those challenges, we can no longer tinker the existing one unless and until we realize something very drastic, something very radical from within towards everyone else outside. And it is also mentioned in the preamble that being aware of the traditional concept of security through military defense is a total illusion, both for the present and for the future. There is nothing much to discuss. It is self-explanatory here. Aware of the misery and the conflicts that are going on, the inequalities that is going on. Whatever be the justice we talk about, the social justice, the processual justice, the distributive justice, the economic justice, everything is a great grand attempt to converge all of us to something else. Everything is a great grand attempt to bring all of us together towards something else, where we need to go, how we need to go and move forward. But we don't have a blueprint for that. We don't have a white draft on that. Earth Constitution gives those glimpses to us. And it says, very interesting, rest of the paragraphs, the choice of words, the language which is used, conscious of the obligation that we all have. How do we become conscious? Can we become just conscious by seeing outside? Yeah, seeing outside, it makes us understand that we are not yet fully conscious. Conscious of our obligation towards the humanity, conscious that humanity is one, irrespective of the diversity that exists in the nations, races, creed, ideologies, culture, and the principle of unity and diversity, which is the basis for our life. Conscious of the inescapable reality that the greatest hope for the survival of life on the earth, we, the citizens of the world, hereby resolve to establish World Federation to be governed in accordance with the Constitution for the Federation of the Earth. How do we become conscious now? We can become conscious of the existing situation of the social life, the economic life, the political life, the scientific life, the technological life, all aspects of life which reflect and which impact our existing surroundings at an external level. But to bring unity among all, in order to bring harmony among all, and to give everything to everyone, cancelling all the unequal distributions, cancelling all the resource crunch and everything, we need to understand, we need to internalize, and we need to become conscious of our own consciousness in which the unity exists. But a challenge comes here. The challenge is that when we talk of the inner unity, when we talk of the consciousness of the self, we forget the world. We forget the society. Because we don't believe in the world. We don't believe in life. We all want sannyas. We all want to go away from life. We all want to go away from world. World is a problem that is intractable. We can't handle worlds. Yes, with the existing mental consciousness, yes, with the existing emotional, sensory, and the body, the human consciousness, we cannot handle the world precisely because we need to have a consciousness that unifies the world. We need to have a consciousness from within which integrates the world. We need to have a consciousness which transforms the world. But that fundamental transformation takes place from within first in order to reflect it outside. That's exactly where the crucial challenge for all of us. So it comes out like this, whatever be the occasion that I am in. I am a teacher. I work in a university. Somebody works in a social setup. Somebody works in a political setup. Somebody works in public service. Somebody works here. Somebody works there. Somebody has a family here, there. In every place, in every situation, we must internalize that we are going to live and we are moving towards a world which is one by itself, but it has not yet become one because we have not yet realized it. And that realization starts from within. Hence, we need to take the world constitution, whatever part, whichever portion of the world constitution we all like it, it must be made to reflect in our work. For example, I am teaching spirituality in law, and I bring this idea of world constitution. How do I do that? How do I make students understand that world constitution is very important and it is very indispensable and it is going to be the future of humanity? In this way, each and every one in their respective domain of work, personal work, professional work, social work, academic work, research work, anywhere and everywhere we are there and we are going to meet anyone and everyone, we must bring this feeling, we must bring these ideas, we must bring these into our life. And that is inside us. And that is inside our emotion, inside our mind, inside our cognition, inside our awareness. And how do we do that? Continuously reading all these things, supported by the literature which speaks about this, and make students do research on this, read on this, speak on this, and bring these kind of ideas and thoughts in the interdisciplinary research, bring these kind of ideas in climate change or whatever that we want to do. We need to bring this fundamental consciousness which is going to bring the change, the first change. Because the first change is about the experience, the feeling that we have. It must be born in the sensations that we all have. Then it is very easy for us to reflect cognitively. It is very easy for us to reflect psychologically, and thereby our behavior can change. Thereby it can impact the society. These are the thoughts that I wanted to share here. I have very less time here, but I am in full support of it, and I have a great admiration for Professor and philosopher Glenn Martin. And I am planning to bring this World Constitution as a certificate course in my university, Gujarat National University. And my Vice Chancellor is very happy to do that in the course of time. Once the COVID and everything is over, we will be meeting with Professor Glenn Martin and each and everyone who is associated with this. And I want to start my work from this. This is my contribution towards achieving what the World Constitution, the Earth Constitution, the World Constitution wants to achieve. Thank you so much for the best opportunity that you all have given to me, and it is indeed a great honor for me to be present among all of you, and I wish you a success, and I would like to collaborate and give my best from my side personally as well as from my university side. Thank you very much. Thank you and namaste.
Thank you so much. It is really nice of you having offered this. We would be very happy to sign up an MOU with your university as soon as possible and go ahead with the curriculum of World Constitution in your university from the next session. Secondly, sir, we would like to meet you in case you're coming anytime in Delhi or we visit Gujarat. We'll definitely come and spend time with you in the university. In fact, Dr. Glenn would have been very happy to come to you and meet your students.
but this time it is may not be possible, but definitely we will have a Zoom meeting with your students once Dr. Glenn goes back to US. Thank you so much once again, sir. Now I request Dr. Glenn to take on the question which was the earlier left out, and then we go for lunch at 1 o'clock. 1 to 2 we'll have lunch, and I'll request all of you to come back 5 minutes before 2 o'clock and join us. So Dr. Glenn, please take on. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody that has presented.
I want to stress that these are sessions of a Provisional World Parliament, and I thank Dr. Parmesian, who just spoke to us very much, because he included the world perspective. It's a world parliament. We're talking about world problems here, and we have a question from Shane Ellis in Japan, which I think is a very important question. He says, are there any solvable goals in the near future in spreading information on WCPA? Will official letters be written to the individual governments? As a matter of fact, the team here in India, under Major Goel, has been doing exactly that. We've contacted all the embassies here in Delhi several times. We had preliminary information sent to them, and then we had actual follow-up visits to them. We're doing the same thing with the government of India. As you know, we have a memorial that we'll be talking about tomorrow to the government of India, requesting that they request an Article 109 review conference and examine the UN Charter and replace it possibly with the Constitution for the Federation of Earth. All this is being done, and we're doing it as well as, and I think this is very important. We have almost completed defining the world electoral districts, 1,000 districts around the world, all over the world, Latin America, North America, here in India, and we're in the process of identifying people in these districts who are interested in being world citizens under the Earth Constitution. Anybody interested in being a world citizen under the Earth Constitution will get a secure voting ID. We're actually developing. So we'll have world electoral districts, secure voting IDs, and we'll begin the process of voting and electing a virtual world parliament, electing future people to the Provisional World Parliament. We're actually activating provisional world law as we speak. So I think Shane Ellis's question is very pertinent, and I wish you all to have a good lunch from now until just before 2 o'clock. Please come back at 2 o'clock, and we'll have another great program this afternoon. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a good lunch.
So I request everyone to please go for lunch and please join back before 10 minutes earlier. So we'll wait, and don't worry, all the speakers, we'll be privileged to hear you after the lunch. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Ritika and Pankaj, you are audible.
Okay, ma'am, we are tasting for the mic. Thank you.
Okay. That is, what are the rules that game changers usually apply in their life? Hello, everyone. This session is all about how to become a game changer, a leader in your life. And we will also talk about the rules of game changers. That is, what are the rules that game changers usually apply in their life to become a leader? As you know, we become what we think and the standards that we lay for ourselves. So this session is divided into 3 parts. The first part tells you who I am calling a game changer. And then we will first talk about what are the negatives, that is the caution, the precaution that you should take, that is not to do certain things that will take us away from becoming a game changer. Then we will talk on length about the 10 points that, if practiced judicially, will lead you to becoming a game changer for sure. So first, let us know who is a game changer. A game changer is an individual, you can say a company, that significantly alters the way things are done as a whole. Game-changing individuals often use their personality traits and their attitude to spark the change. So let us now start with a list of negatives which one should avoid. So the first caution that you should take is the seduction of safety is always more dangerous than the illusion of uncertainty. This means that if you love staying safe, if you love to live within your comfort zone and cling to the known, if you don't read different books and you don't have different conversation, you do not want to reach too high in your job, and you don't have new conversation with interesting people that you are always wanted to meet, and you don't set new goals, and you live within your circle of understanding and safety, then to me, that's a recipe for aging. That's a recipe for an early death. A lot of people die at 40 and they are buried at 90. Do not let that happen to you. I pray that never happens to you. What I am suggesting to you is the craving for safety is really more dangerous than being discomfort when you go out into the blue ocean of the unknown. If you want to be a game changer, it is about living in the blue ocean of the unknown, playing with new ideas, stretching your internal capabilities. Always remember that the best way to grow to new heights is by expanding your limits and going at the edge of your limits. So when you are stretching, and my friend, when you are scared and frightened and terrified and your hands shaking and legs shaking, and then my friend, feel proud of yourself, because at that point you are growing and pushing your capacities and your internal limits to the very edge of external limits. And that is how you become a game changer, and that is my greatest wish for you. The second negative things that you should not do is that you should never be distracted. You can be distracted or you can be a game changer. You just can't be both. Focus on the few activities in your personal life
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone present here. And we are here back again. Welcome back to each one of you, to all the speakers and audiences. So we are back here again with our few more speakers. First of them is Lieutenant General Ashwini Kumar Bakshi ji. He's present amongst us. He's SM, VSM, former military secretary to 2 consecutive presidents of India. So I request Lieutenant General Ashwini Kumar Bakshi ji to please present his views amongst us. Thank you. I request General Bakshi to please present his views. Sir, we request you to please unmute yourself.
I'm not getting the main screen. However, I'll start off my dear friends. Like all great people, I have a dream. Rather, I had a dream. And today, when I woke up at 4 a.m., I
So your network is not working.
Lieutenant General Ashwani Bakshi, sir. Sir, we are not able to hear you. So we are passing your turn to next speaker. We will come back to you, sir.
Sorry for the inconveniences. So till the time we get back to Lieutenant General, we'll move on to our next speaker, Dr. Rakesh Kumar Arya. He's present amongst us. He's senior advocate and writer. So we request him to please present his views. Dr. Rakesh, we request you to please present your views. Dr. Alok, we request, Dr. Rakesh, your mic is not connected. Please check your mic. Dr. Rakesh, your mic is not connected. We cannot hear you. Sir, we request you to please rejoin if possible for you, because we cannot hear you. Dr. Rakesh?
Sir, just please hold on. Hold on, sir. Hold on, sir. We invite Dr. Radhika Anand. Please, we would appreciate if we can have your views, madam. Dr. Radhika Anand. Next. Dr. Rakesh Arya. Can we have your views, sir, please? Dr. Rakesh Kumar Arya, sir. Sir, we invite you to give your views, please.
Hello. Yeah. Should I start, Radhika?
Please continue, ma'am. You are audible.
I'm audible. Just give me a second, ma'am. Yeah, I'm going to start. My salutation to everybody, and thank you, WCPA, for thinking about me to come to this forum. I'm really, really honored. My topic today is climate change. But to my mind, the topic should have been mindset change, because we need to really change our minds. We have talked so much about climate change, global warming. These are simple words. Climate change. People say, yeah, climate is changing. But what are we doing as humans? The human greed is so much that we have really taken our planet to the next level. And it's a shame. It's a shame for all of us, not only for one person, for the entire world. You know, man has this misconception. They think because humans have ruled Earth for 70,000 years, but dinosaurs have been on this planet or were on this planet for 200 million years. But I feel the greed in humans just do not finish. It's just going on and on and on. What we talk about is Vasudev Kutumbakam. And that is the ethos of this 3-day conference, that the world is one family. And we are not talking about world, one country or one city or one district. We are talking about the entire world and how the climate has changed. In fact, what I feel is, you must have heard of the Indra's net. That is the universal interdependence. If I cut a tree here, the ripple effect of that tree will go many places. You know, as an environmentalist, when you want to give a certificate to a certain area and see how that location is doing, we look for 3 things, and they are called the 3 Bs: birds, butterflies, and bees. If these 3 things are there in an environment, we say kudos. But humans have just not bothered about these things. To coexist with creatures and with humans, our tolerance level have become absolutely 0. And what I feel is that these so-called selfish global mega corporations, the MNCs, they had so much of vested interest that they never thought of the present or the future. They were only filling up their deep pockets. Whether you talk about the oil companies, you talk about the car companies, you talk about the pharma companies, the list is on and on and on. I mean, we can sit and talk about climate change in a conference room or in meetings or in COP26, but with the statistics, what really comes out? And why are these MNCs not being checked? I feel it is very important because the electric cars, the solar energy, the alternate medical practices, all these were not allowed to come up because of vested interest. Had they also been on par, I think the distribution would have been much better. Another thing which I feel personally is the industrial animal farming. Do you know that 1 trillion fish are slaughtered in a year for human consumption? 50 billion chickens are slaughtered. 200 million cows are slaughtered. 350 million pigs are slaughtered. But the human greed is still not over. We are really increasing the climate change condition so drastically that we don't have fresh air to breathe. We don't have drinking water. We don't have a good environment. And you know, pollution is we all talk about pollution, but I think we need to clear the pollution of our minds. Our minds are polluted, and violence brings more violence. What we need to do is bring compassion. And if there is more compassion, we will see to it that the climate change can reverse. There is a small story which I want to tell you because my organization is called Plantology, plant plus ecology. I feel any balance in the environment can be brought through plants. And a small story will talk about my organization. And that is, in a forest, there was a huge forest fire. And there was a small hummingbird. That hummingbird would go to the river, take a droplet of water, and come and throw it on the forest fire. Go back, come back, go back, come back. She kept doing this for days. She was exhausted very much. The other creatures in the jungle started laughing, started thinking that this hummingbird is crazy. And they asked her, "What are you doing? Are you crazy? With your one droplet of water, is the forest fire going to go?" So the hummingbird said, "I am doing my bit." The same way, my organization, Plantology, under which I have a project called Mission Phal 1, till yesterday, I alone, not being an NGO, a self-funded organization, I have planted 500,000 fruit trees in 16 states of India with the help of the army and the paramilitary forces. I am doing my bit. Are you doing your bit? We really need to ask. We need to go into our subconscious and ask this question: are we doing our bit? The climate change is not going to happen just by sitting in offices and doing conferences. They are very good forum, but you really need to get into people's mindsets. The mindsets needs to change. And I am of a firm belief that if we can change people's mindset, the climate will change for better. Thank you so much.
Purti sir, please take on.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have with us Mr. E.P. Menon, a great personality for us, WCPA, a great accomplisher also in the realm of world peace, denuclearization, and women's emancipation, etc., including education. He is with us and he will share his thoughts for 5 minutes. Thank you.
All dear friends in WCPA, especially Dr. Glenn Martin and others, it's always a great pleasure to be with you. We know very well that WCPA and World Constitution is the work of 50 years, half a century. So I believe now we need to work on what shall we do next. Do. If our constitution, the Earth Constitution, is not accepted by people of the world, then what can we do? So we need to be very careful to organize programs so that the world will take care of our constitution. World will take care of what we are saying in action. That's what I believe now. So maybe next year, 22 could be the year of action for us. Without action, nothing is going to change. I remember who said that philosophers have always described the world for years together, ages together. But my work is to act and change. I think that's the message this conference gives to all of us. So I believe education, action for better world, better humanity, better togetherness, so that we all can survive as we are professing our action in terms of humanity, freedom, peace, etc., etc. That's all I have to say. We will have a chance to personally discuss sometime later. Thank you.
Over to you, Ms. Neelam. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. And now it's time we are calling back Lieutenant General Ashwini Kumar Bakshi ji. We have already announced that he is SM, VSM, former military secretary, 2 consecutive presidents of India. So we request him to please share his views.
Sorry, gentlemen, for having missed on the technical part. I got off the screen. So I had started off that, and I also, like all great people, I have a dream. And in fact, I had a dream. I woke up in the morning at 4 a.m. and saw that I was in the biggest mall of the Delhi, DLF mall, where I had gone to buy socks and a tie. So when I entered the mall, I saw a cardigan which was costing about 8,000 rupees, jeans which was costing about 10,000 rupees. Then I got to the socks which was alarmingly 12,000, and a tie was whooping 18,000 rupees. I was quite taken aback, and I approached the salesperson and I said, and when I saw him in the watch department selling a watch, a Rolex watch, to a person for 225 rupees. And then I saw a 4-carat diamond watch, a ring, which was only 25 rupees. So taken a shock totally, I asked this gentleman, what is this? He says, sir, I'm so sorry. Someone slipped into our store last night and changed the price tags. And people are very confused. They do not know. They are paying very heavy for things of little value, and they are paying nothing for things of great value. So I said, I hope we get the things right and get the price tags right. And in the meantime, I woke up and startled and confused. And I started thinking that maybe our world is like this dream. In fact, in our philosophy, they do say that world is this dream. Jag jo hai mithya hai. And someone has slid into our lives and changed the price of everything. Maybe they have marked up the value of national sovereignty, national interests, religion, race, money and power, and has put little value on world peace, preservation of nature, happiness, knowledge, righteousness. We are all living this dream. Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to participate in the 15th session of this Provisional World Parliament and congratulate WCPA for the phenomenal construct over the years since 1982. As a human race, we are constantly evolving. Nationhood to world wars, to League of Nations, to United Nations, and the process is on. In fact, WCPA is part of this evolution. The concepts and ideals, when they are put to test by the humans, they take a different turn, like it has in the case of United Nations. World peace has been eluding us. Though the world has become a village, they say global village, where people are just connected by easy travel, by mass media, by electronic communications, and have become a single community. But this does not mean that they have become a peaceful community. For that, we need to bring world peace. Now, world peace is a concept of an ideal state of happiness, freedom and peace within and among all people and nations. Within this idea, non-violence is of great importance. World peace can be achieved through addressing human rights, global interests over the national interests, religious tolerance, distributive justice, gender equality, equitable distribution of wealth, and sustainable development. Now, these are big words, but they are happening already. UN is pursuing its sustainable goals. The key correction to be made are, as far as I feel, is that international sovereignty takes priority over national sovereignty. Global interests take priority over national interests. Nature be treated as commonwealth. These are the three basic changes which we had to head towards. The drafting of the Earth Constitution is therefore the most important work at hand, which shall improve upon the UN Charter and more. WCPA has been working at it since 1958, and mind you, 63 years is not long haul for such a gigantic and a Herculean task which we have set upon ourselves. And during these 63 years, the achievement have been quite satisfying and quite laudable. We are proud of the commendable achievements and their mission and their vision. As far as role of India is concerned, ladies and gentlemen, India with 1.38 billion population is the most populated country in the world with 17.7% of the global populace. This is not a claim for leadership in this mission, but it is to accept the responsibility as a country which has most number of human race. It is our responsibility to contribute to this Havan, or the sacred fire of world peace that has been lit by WCPA. India is a rich repository of ancient wisdom, democratic practices, and peaceful coexistence in its long history. And therefore, it must claim, and we all must join this march towards global peace, Earth Constitution, and the World Parliament. Jai Hind.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Lieutenant General A.K. Bakshi. Thank you. So now we move on to our next speaker. Shri P.K. Malhotra is present amongst us. He's former Law Secretary to Government of India and from the Ministry of Law and Justice. So he's present amongst us. We request him to please speak and suggest few inputs for us.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes,
Am I
sir.
audible? Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. This international convention and the 15th Provisional World Parliament being organized at the most important time, appropriate time, because only yesterday we have celebrated the International Human Rights Day, and only few days back, India, that is on 26th of November, has celebrated its Constitution Day. The Constitution of India, which is the biggest constitution in the world and contain a very relevant preamble for the purpose of world constitution. This is my understanding of the law. As a student of law who has been advising Government of India on legal issues for more than 3 decades. General Bakshi talked about the global village, and truly so, because the territorial boundaries are now political compulsion only. Because you look at the technology knows no boundary. You look at the environment issues know no boundaries. Look at the economy. All of us are dependent on the economy or the economic growth of the other countries. Look at the human resource, the way people are migrating from one country to another countries. So probably all these developments which have taken place during the last few decades have made the world as a global village, and probably the necessity of the principles of world constitutions have now become more relevant. The topic on which I wanted to share my thoughts with you today was the distributive justice. And today morning, when Dr. Glenn Martin was addressing this gathering on design for a living planet, he was referring about the economic disparity in the world. So I'm not talking only of economic disparity. I think disparity lies in all fields, and with the passage of time, instead of reducing that disparity is increasing. General Bakshi also mentioned about that we are the largest, we have the largest population in the world. Every sixth person in this world is an Indian, and therefore India become very, very relevant if we are talking of a world constitution and a world parliament. Only 2 days back, I was looking at a newspaper report which talked about the economic disparity, and I would like to make a reference of that here. And the report titled World Inequality Report 2022 has been authored by Lucas Chancel, co-director of the World Inequality Lab, and coordinated by several experts, including French economist Thomas Piketty. And what this report says, while the top 10% and top 1% hold respectively 57% and 22% of total national income, the bottom 50% has gone down to 13%. India stands out as a poor and very unequal country with an affluent elite. Mind it, in spite of the fact that the efforts taken by the government to reduce disparity by bringing many economic schemes for the upliftment of the socially and economically weaker sections of the society and for upliftment of those who belong to the economically weaker section of the society. The report also talks about the gender inequality, and it says that the gender inequality is also very high. The female labor income share is equal to 18%. This is significantly lower than the average in Asia, which is 21%. The report also says, adding that this value is one of the lowest in the world, slightly higher than the average share in Middle East, that is 15%. The report also mentions about the world map of inequalities reveal that national average income level are poor predictors of inequality among high income countries. Some are very unequal, such as United States, while others are relatively equal, like Sweden. Now, I can go on and on this particular aspect, but that may not be relevant for the purpose of this topic. And I again mention Dr. Amartya Sen, who in his book, The Idea of Justice, has said, doctrine of political economy must include an interpretation of the public good, which is based on a conception of justice. The theory of justice that can serve as the basis of practical reasons must include ways of judging how to reduce injustice and advance justice, rather than aiming only at the characterization of perfectly just society and exercise. This is such a dominant feature of many theories of justice in political philosophy today. When we talk of justice, the standard of justice is something being bound by rule of law, which again is part of the distributive justice, but a criterion according to which the operation and application of law inter alia must be judged with a balanced approach with social norms and mechanism. And from that point of view, when we talk of distributive justice, it contains the element of power. The distribution of goods of a community among its members is the responsibility of the individual entrusted with authority to distribute them. So distributive justice pertains to the exercise of power. Distributive justice is the basis of all other justices. Economic justice, whether in participation or distribution of wealth or property, would remain untouchable without distributive justice. Legal justice will be meaningless without access to it. Distributive justice can create a social condition where everyone will be able to receive legal justice. It is not mere distribution of wealth or property. The distributive justice covers. Rather, in the present world, it would include education, employment, and other necessities of life. Distributive justice, which conditions justice in other field, would help in removing inequalities and bring in social justice. From this point of view, from this perspective, I feel the Indian Constitution can be a guiding force for the whole world, and even for this particular organization also. And I think the preamble of the Indian Constitution and enables or gives all those principles to us, which probably can reduce the inequalities which are prevailing either in the legal system or economic or in the social field. And as I said, in our country, on 26th of November, we celebrate Constitution Day, and everybody reads the preamble of the Constitution, because that is just like a Bible, Gita, or Quran is in the religion. Same thing is the preamble of our Constitution for our country, and the governance principle which the executive, legislature, and the judiciary has to follow. And it says, we the people of India, I'm just reading it for the benefit of all the participants here. We the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India into what? Sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic, and to secure to all its citizens what we want to secure. We are talking about distributive justice in the preamble itself. What we want to secure? Justice. What kind of justice? Social, economic, and political. And to achieve these objectives, we have the chapter relating to fundamental rights in our Constitution. We have directive principles of state policy, which give a direction to the state that as and when it is making its policy, it is issuing an executive order, it is passing a law, that law must conform to achieving these particular principles. It also talks about liberty. Liberty of what? Liberty of thought, expression, belief, faith, and worship, and also equality of status and opportunity. They are all principles which need to be followed for distributive justice. And in case the WCPA, during its existence and in future also, is willing to promote an international environment in which people get justice, and the kind of inequality which exists in today, in spite of these best principles having been enshrined in the Constitution, not only of India, but of many other countries, I think it becomes important that its implementation should also be done in an equally effective way. Making laws is not enough. Laying down principles is not enough. What is more important, that as an individual, all of us should take responsibility on ourselves that the principles enshrined in Constitution of any country or in the world Constitution are implemented in a way that it removes inequality in the society, be it economic inequality, be it social inequality, be it legal inequality. I think if that we are able to do, the purpose of having this kind of organization will be very, very relevant. We know the existence of United Nations for so long, but the kind of changes we were expecting, changes to that extent or limit have not come. Probably our anxiety should be that we supplement the effort of the nations, democratic nations, as well as of the United Nations, to see that whatever efforts they are making, those efforts are continued, and organizations like WCPA allow us to achieve that objective, to make life of an individual in the world more healthy, and the principle of distributive justice being implemented, and the last man on the ground getting benefit of it. I'm reminded of a quote given by Mahatma Gandhi. Mahatma Gandhi said, whenever you are taking an action, see how it is going to affect the last man in the line. If it is going to benefit that last man, I think the objective of you are doing that particular action is achieved. So let us not leave it to the government, national government. Let us not leave it only to the United Nations. the forum like WCPA are also required to actively contribute in the system in a way that last man on the road gets justice. And I thank Colonel Tyagi, who is the president of WCPA India, as well as Dr. Martin, for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts on this important topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, Sri Malhotra ji. So now we'll move on to our next speaker. Honorable Justice Rakesh Sharma ji is present amongst us. He practiced at High Court of Judicature at Allahabad, Lucknow bench, dealing with various industries, sugar industries, civil services, and various matters. He appeared at other high courts in India, civil and arbitration cases. He's President, Public Police UP chapter, and is presently settled in Lucknow after retirement. So we request Honorable Justice Rakesh Sharma ji to please present his views.
Good afternoon, everybody. My friends in WCPA, I am really delighted to be with all of you. And the topic allotted to me is my interest, cultural diversity. Well, cultural diversity, everyone talks about India when it is thought of cultural diversity. But after traveling a lot in the world, I found so many new things have come up in East, West, North, and South. Things are changing now as those were in my student life. Like for example, when I went to New York and took a walk, and just walking down the first street, second, the lower Manhattan to upper Manhattan, and then I could see there was an Italian area. Italians were there, good tailors, good fashion designers, and many brands of New York City, they came established by that Italian fashion was brought to America by Italians. Then Chinese Quarter, French, so many. Then Jews, bankers, and so on to Irish, then Danes, then Dutch, and interestingly, on a 4th July, or luckily on 4th July in 1990, I was in US. It was a small town in Pennsylvania where a festival was going on, that Independence Day. So that day I found many camps over there. The camps were of Danes, the camps were of Swedes. There were some Israelites, and there were some East European, and they had all their things, their mementos. And I asked my sister and my friends, what is going on? I mean, where from these? I mean, these people have put stalls, and they said, no, this is the melting point. US is a melting point. There's so many Europeans, Africans, maybe they came as slaves. Chinese, they came as railway line workers, menial workers, or artisans. So they have made this country, that great, what Mr. Trump used to say, make it great again. And the second was when I went to Francisco region, the Silicon Valley. In Silicon Valley, that was very interesting. I could see South Indian Menons, Bhaskarans, Ramachandrans, and Irish people, and North Indians, Punjabis, Sikh farmers. They were there for the last more than 100 years, and there were many kinds. India was there, Ireland was there, China was there, East Europe was there, and many more. But they were all because of this software and computer and this tech business. It has brought them to that San Jose area, that Silicon Valley, what we call it, Silicon Valley. So is this not a mosaic or a what you call it, assimilation of so many in a region. And then I was traveling in Cambodia. In Cambodia, it was a French area. Originally, Cambodians were East Asian people, and Hinduism was there up to 5th, 6th, or 7th century. Thereafter, when I was in Angkor Wat, and I asked my taxi driver, who said, "Sir, I am a Hindu." I said, "Well, you are a Hindu. How do you celebrate your festivals?" He said, "We celebrate Christmas. We celebrate some French thing, some French day." He indicated, and of course, he told us about Diwali. I mean, how colonization has affected those people. Now they, because after this Angkor Wat was repaired, many tourists who started coming, so they could learn what culture. Then if you go to Thailand, in Thailand before First World War, Thais were wearing dhotis, and they had braid on their head, what we call it, choti. So they were, and their food was different. Food was more rice and other things. But after the king returned from USA, he studied in an American institution, in an American university. He came and he had ordered, now the whole of Thailand, I mean, Thai people will wear Western clothes, pant, shirt, bushirts, and no dhoti, no kurta, no choti, nothing. And food, and he has asked them to what to eat in Chinese style, and bring bowl and put everything, and eat with the spoon, fork, and eat with the how the Chinese eat. I mean, it was changed. Everything was changed. When we go to Thailand, we don't find anything, that Asian or something relating to Buddhism. I mean, that way relating to Buddhism or Hinduism. So is in China. If you go to deep inside China, you will find some old people, old generation, 80 years old, or they still say, well, everything which is nice here, everything which is of intelligence, could be medicine, it could be Ayurveda, or these hills or monkeys, or vegetarian foods. It has all come from West. West means India. It was very surprising to hear from the place Hongqiao. Hongqiao, there are ponds, lotus flowers there. There was a monastery, and the monks were eating vegetarian food only. Then I was just thinking, when I returned from that monastery, I was thinking how the culture, food, religion, all those parameters which we use in the sociology, cultural diversity, everything changed. And so I mean, how things change. Even now in 2020, 21, you can see a great change in the world. What is that change? The smartphone has brought English everywhere. In the towns of Central Asia, Fargana, Bukhara, I could converse with a driver to take me to his hotel, or to order for food through speaking in English. And then it was being translated. So I was just thinking, this technology has helped me, has helped this vegetarian Indian to sustain in Samarkand and in Bukhara. And talking to little girls in a place, there was a Daniel's monument in Samarkand. Little girls, they took my phone. It was a new model of a phone. They took it, and then we were all conversing in sign language, and then some little girls, they were speaking English, and we could converse. And then their dresses, what I observed, their dresses, their jeans, their tops, and some words of English. So that cultural difference is coming. Now we can think of this pop culture, music. Music is everywhere. Whether you go to Mongolia, Ulaanbaatar, You go to Africa, Morocco, India. It could be a Christmas party in Coimbatore or Uti, or a Christmas party in Delhi. I mean, the music, pop music, the young crowd, they were, I mean, behaving in same fashion. So in Lucknow, a conservative place like here, New Year's or Christmas is celebrated here also. So then we again, if we say of those norms of social behavior, norms, holidays, pastime, fashion, architecture, craft, traditions, and lifestyle. Now the things are changing, because if you see, now we talk about business culture. Yes, business culture. We are talking on this through this mobile. We are on Zoom, the stock exchanges, or in political debates, international debates. Technology is used, and then the business culture is also changing. Consumer culture. A friend of mine was just telling us about the prices in a big store, and his experience in a mall. So what is this? This is now the consumer culture is also changing. Eating habits are changing. Now the children, my granddaughter asked for, what is your favorite? Yeah, she'll say, Dadaji, I'll take, I think I'll prefer a Chinese or such and Chinese, or some food which I have not, or it could be a donut which was so eating habits are changing, and cultural street fashions. Look at double washed or torn out jeans everywhere. If you see a Bombay film hero or a girl in a kasbah, in a town of Faizabad in Uttar Pradesh, or in Bengal, while traveling to Niketan, I could see these torn jeans. It was in vogue, in fashion. Young people are changing. So we must Beatles, like when we were young, the Beatles were popular those days, and there was a magazine of Calcutta which was only publishing about these new fashions and development. Kerala, we
Justice Rakesh Sharma, we humbly request you to please cut short it. Please conclude. We have many speakers waiting.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, I'm so sorry. So I mean, this is so my views are ultimately that we should all make positive efforts and contribute to make a larger society. What we have talked about, a global village, or bring new beliefs and knowledge, enlighten ourselves and add to our knowledge. This is what I want to convey. Things are changing now. It is not that India or that world which we used to see 30 years ago. Thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Justice Sharma. Thank you so much. Now we have Brigadier Dr. Dhimri from Dehradun present with us. He's retired from Army Corps of Signals 1995 and now working as social activist. I request Brigadier Dr. Dhimri to please take on comments and question answer session and views from Dr. Glenn and audience. So I request him to please do the honors.
It's a curiosity. I'm very excited, really inspired by the initiative you took your organization 63 years back. Yeah. So, but how do you look at the challenge you have? This is a very big mission. It's a very big mission. You are thinking of planning of one of them. Whole world. How do you see the challenge? Thinking of. Thank you for that question, Colonel Jimmy. How do we see the challenge? Big challenge, transforming the world. Mahatma Gandhi famously said, "Be the change you want the world to be." And one of the things about our humanity, and this was mentioned by several people a few moments ago, is that we are cosmic radio receivers. You and I are not simply little isolated human beings, but the fundamental dimensions of the cosmos are alive in us. And the question, if you look at it in empirical terms, how do we rise to this challenge of disarming the nations? Huge challenge, unbelievably huge. But on the other hand, human beings, we're cosmic radio receivers, receiving the very fundamental vibrations of the cosmos. We should be living from that, right? So in that sense, it's not a matter of a challenge that seems impossible. It's a matter of living from the roots of who we are and what we are as human beings. That's the way I would address that.
It is feasible, it is possible. No, basically, we are all one.
Yes.
We are all one. But I hope the sense prevails and people understand this scheme and we all get together. Do you see any progress?
Yes, yes. You know, in human history, human consciousness has changed several times, right? If you go back 15,000 years, we had what scholars call a magical consciousness, right? 6,000 years ago, we had a mythological consciousness. Only in the last 25 years have we had this kind of egoistic consciousness that we now share, in which we have this subject-object duality. And then there are smaller changes of consciousness as well. During the Renaissance, for example, in European culture centering on Italy in the 15th century, there was an explosive transformation of consciousness that took place in just one century. I think that's what's happening again today. You know, some scholars call this the second axial period. Axios means where everything is changing, right? So we're in the second period. The first one happened at the time of the Lord Buddha, at the time of the great prophets of Israel and so on. The second one is happening now. Human consciousness is changing rapidly. And so the only thing we have to worry about is it changing rapidly enough to save the planet? The pace, right? And yes.
What pace it is changing?
Yes, at what pace is it changing? And how can you and I participate in accelerating that change? Yes.
I'm really delighted. I'm sure I'm a very optimistic person. I'm very sure things will change. So one day people will realize all the big powers and small powers, they will realize that we are basically one.
Yes.
We are basically one. Why don't we realize this thing? Thank you so much. It has been really very good experience.
Well, thank you.
I'm telling
Thank you.
That's also part of it now.
I see. Very nice.
Yeah, I will also promote this.
We have matched events.
Yeah, I will also promote this concept.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Glenn. Thank you, Brigadier. So we'll move on with our next speaker now, who is Sri Rajan Chibbar. He's consultant to the government of Andhra Pradesh. He's present amongst us. We request him to please share his views and inputs. Sri Rajan Chibbar ji, please unmute yourself.
So kindly unmute yourself.
Hear me?
Yes, you are audible, sir.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Thank you very much, WPCA and Dr. Gleen and Colonel Tyagi, giving this opportunity. I am trying, I really agree the efforts made by WPCA. I think we should have more regional these get-togethers and seminars state-wise and country-wise, so that people should understand each other's culture and humanity, and this will be integrated very well. These efforts already we are doing, and Colonel Tyagi is doing a great job in India. He has created 2-3 other organizations which I am also involved. So I think that would be a very good point, because now we heard so many speakers, but practically, like Radhika Anand is doing a great job by just spreading the message for plantation, and General Bakshi also gave a good inputs, and others also. I think practically what we should do, unfortunately, this time we couldn't meet physically. When we meet physically together, I think we should interact and we should exchange our views, and we should involve more people and create a selfless service team. I must say all over the world, everywhere people are very good and they have thoughts, but the thing is we have to make efforts to bring them together on the same platform. Then only we can integrate this in the good thoughts, and world is one. And like we say, Vasudev Kudumbakam, world is one. This very good slogan WPC has taken, and I appreciate Dr. Martin's. This is my first interaction. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you so much. So now we move on to our next speaker, Miss Majambika Nambia. She is amongst us, and she's a women activist from Tamil Nadu, internationally certified executive leadership and performance coach, learning and development consultant. She returned to roots for uplifting global education.
Namaskar to all. My big thanks to Mr. Martin, the whole.
So here we go on to our next speaker. She is Ms. Majambika Nambiar. She's present amongst us. She's a women activist from Tamil Nadu, internationally certified executive leadership and performance coach, learning and development consultant. She returned to roots for uplifting global education. So we request her to please share her views and inputs.
Namaskar, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Namaskar to one and all. Thank you, President Martin, and also Colonel Tyagi, with the whole team which has actually brought in intellectuals from across the globe to share the ideas of Vasudeva Kudumbakam, and also to implement and execute the plans in the preamble. I would like to just share a few thoughts which I feel is very strong, and it's a need of the hour. As Dr. Abdul Kalam had spoken, education is the most powerful weapon to bring change in the world. And I strongly believe in that. I am an educationist, and I believe that the strongest weapon which changed the world from the Vedic ages to where we are today is education. And hence, the return to roots is the pathway that I envisage, which would bring us back from the expansion which we have done exponentially to somewhere where we can curb the exploitation which has been happening and which has led to all kinds of changes which are more on the negative side rather than on the positive side. Because I believe, of course, explorations have happened, but maybe technology has been taken to a different direction. I would like to start off with a very simple seed, or I would say Mother Nature, which is the womb, which brings in life to the world. What happens in this 9 months of pregnancy? 9 months of pregnancy, does it have any significance on this earth? Yes, of course, because that is when the whole life gets formed. Number 9, if you look at, it has significance not only for the 9 months of pregnancy. During the 9 months of pregnancy, 9 planets influence the growth of the seed or the child in the womb. The 9 dwaras or openings in our body, which has been beautifully illustrated as well as explained by Supreme Lord Krishna in Bhagavad Gita itself, lets us know that these are those entry gates of knowledge and awareness of consciousness, which we human beings have to, maybe now that we have so much of knowledge, so much of technology, maybe we'll have to bring in the real consciousness through these gates, which are the 2 eyes, the nostrils, the mouth, 2 ears, the genitals. All these dwaras is open. Let us consume the importance of positive energy inside us through consciousness, which will, as Mr. Martin said, spiritual consciousness, which is already present in nature. What happened only? Why did this human being exploit it to this level where we are all standing at a threshold of destruction? It is us who have actually made this imbalance on this earth. Can we go back to our roots, collect ourselves back to where we are, and start off with a renewed energy of positivity, of spiritual consciousness, and bringing in all the 9 dwaras or 9 gates as an opportunity to enlighten ourselves and start working towards uplifting our individual soul, or rather atmic development. So I feel we are more peripheral at the moment, because everybody is in a rat race to probably, expand their pockets or expand their wealth, or just live a life which they think is totally satisfying. But at some point, we are missing the crux of it, which is the Supreme Being, the knowledge of the Supreme Being, understanding ourselves. So let's start at this point. I have just 9 points which I would like to make. If we can spend 9 minutes for 9 days, in 9 weeks, in 9 months, we would be able to implement at least 9 points of the preamble, which of the WCPA, which will help us to move forward. Because if there is no action, it's only a dream. So to implement that and to bring in a kind of disciplined implementation, execution of the preamble, I would suggest let us start spending 9 minutes, 9 days. Take one topic out of the 9 and start working on it. Everybody plans, everybody contributes. What it will help us do? It will help us to stimulate buddhi, which is the cognitive intelligence. It will also stimulate the samskara, which is the emotional intelligence, dharma, which is the moral intelligence, and kartavya, which is the social intelligence. Dhyana yoga, which will also be helpful in giving us meditation, which will calm us down and which will bring the conscious level of human, which is the moral level of intelligence. Then we go to the Paryavaran, which is the environmental intelligence. We go to Shodha, which is the exploration intelligence. Samriddhi, which is the prosperous intelligence or abundant intelligence. Swastha, which is the health intelligence. So if we can look at those 9 intelligences which we need to really look into, and probably at an individual level, at a family level, at a social level, at a country level or a nation level, and then at a global level. If we can bring one preamble, plan it out in such a level that this ripple effect will at least bring some action which will result into a contribution of really making Vasudeva Kutumbakam what we envisage. That is when we would really start experiencing the superconscious level, which we are all made for. Ultimately, when we grow in the womb of our beautiful mother, we actually are made to experience this superconscious. Ultimately, it is the Brahman, the supreme intelligence. I just would like to close my little sharing of thoughts by just giving a few more points. That is, if we are able to look at these 9 dwaras or the 9 gates and look at these intelligence and learn from it, start implementing and executing the plan, we would be able to address hunger in the world, address health in the world, education in the world, environment, wealth or abundance in the world, also the equality of gender, equality of sustainable living, which is a right for everybody, equality of natural resources, which is for everybody. And hence, we would be into the world with a level where innovation will help us bring in spiritual well-being and peaceful coexistence. So together, I would like to promise my contribution in whatever way possible, because as an educator, I have started doing this. With every session that I do, I bring in this consciousness, which can be a ripple effect for each individual from, age is not a matter. Age is from 8-year-old to 80-year-old. Everybody can contribute in a very small way or a big way. But all we have to do is start implementing and acting upon it. With this, I thank each and every member and the learned intelligence which is there at the WCPA to please chalk out a plan which can be at the grassroots level and which can go to a global level. Thank you very much. Namaskar. Thanks.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for presenting your views and inputs. So now we move on to our next speaker. He is Professor Jyotirmay Goswami ji. He is Director, WCPA Global Green Economy. He's a retired professor of Bengali literature. His proposal for Auto-Functional Green Movement, or later known Globe-Cal Green Mission for promoting permaculture, as well as addressing 3 major issues like environment, employment, and agriculture, is directed to be implemented by higher education and rural development ministries of state of West Bengal, India. So we request Jyotirmay Goswami ji, Professor Goswami, we request you to please present your views.
Thank you for inviting me. Though the day is ending now, so we have to make a hurry. And my presentation is on how to, we know the problems. That is enormous. That is why we are going to work on it. Now we are to find a solution. And I am working on involving about 400 million people in India, directly or indirectly, towards making some sort of addressing the crisis in environment, employment, and agriculture, and thereby getting them into our fold for raising our voice at the global, about the global issues. My main idea of global governance, I should say first, global governance is no doubt a great vision, a brilliant idea. Ideas always dwell in a dreamland, and it can ever elude us if we continually carry on attacking the negativities by engaging ourselves mostly in debates and discussions. We need to build an environment protecting and employment generating units enthused by local governance, side by side, earmarking electoral units all over the world for global governance. Global governance and local governance can work hand in hand. There is a complementary between the two. The main idea of the project is to put in place a system where everyone in rural community has a chance to shift to environmentally sustainable livelihood with the aim of making social cooperation an economically beneficial option. The basic system would be built in a few steps that are demonstrably profitable, at least in the medium term. These steps are meant to serve as a replicable model for further enhancement of the system through local entrepreneurship. Even though the emphasis is on localization as well as humanization of the production consumption cycle, there would be adequate engagement with markets for viability of the steps taken with a view to establishing complementarity of market and human relationships and garner its huge potential inspired by the promise of inclusion, power of love. Our immediate goal is to build a model around few square kilometers of rural areas, which can extend the working days of the people working under MGNREGS, that is 100 days of works, which is available in our country, may not be in other countries in this name, must be not, it is not in this name, but there are some social security services everywhere in this planet, in every country, I think. Along with the schemes of SAGS for almost around the year employment through a rejuvenated socio-spiritual engineering, almost with the same fund. The initiative would involve, wherever possible, National Service Scheme, the biggest youth organization of the world, and NCC and Nehru Yuva Kendra volunteers. At the same time, our urge is to enrich the environment by augmenting it to a food forest that can provide substantial food security. The vision is to double the existing greenery in 10 years, mostly with fruit trees in unutilized and underutilized land. If you may kindly agree to go into the details and orchestrate the various aspects of the mission, you can get 20 to 40% of our food security from food forest within a couple of years. Even if the mission works partially, it would generate huge wealth, which would give birth to various ancillary industries as well as services. Citing your footprint, it would like to write the chief ministers. I would like to write to the chief ministers of few other states to carry out same research in their respective state, which I believe would show paths to the whole country. I would request to consider you all, whether you, wherever you are, can initiate this mission in any district or any block or any panchayat or any village within few square kilometers of land, and offer the country a good example in addressing the major issues like crisis in environment, employment, and agriculture at the basic level in a massive scale. I would like to add that when, after a brief initial preparation, the whole country will take part in this mission, around 18 crore people could eventually get involved with it, enriching the whole rural India fully as well as urban India partially. our 20 crore students would grow one sapling each, sow them with their own hands in a jubilant festive manner in the land specified by the grassroots basic working committee of the mission to reverberate the enthusiasm throughout the country and around the world. Now, I would talk about how to involve each and everyone at the grassroots community in a living way. There would be a rhythm of giving and receiving at the grassroots level. For this, I have proposed one kind of three-share economy in the unutilized land where no one was getting anything. Everyone can get at least something. And this Tevaga economy or the three-share economy is not exactly that old Tevaga initiated by the leftists in West Bengal. That was a Tevaga of conflict. This one is a Tevaga of harmony that appeared to be beneficial to poor only, but never been implemented. Political mileage was achieved though by the leftists in West Bengal. Our new proposal is beneficial to all. For doing good for anyone does not demand doing bad for someone. Anyway, there are three heads in this three share: the owner, be it the government, the society, or an individual. The second part will mainly be given to the women's self-help group and the workers employed under AMG NRGS. The main goal of this mission will be invoking women power, who will be in the main part of the work supervision too. The third part will be looked after by the educated youths, who will take care of the management, training, processing, and marketing of activities with the help of universities, NGOs, and corporations. By this, everyone will be connected in a rhythm of giving and receiving. Everyone will know in particular to get something, not borrowing, but giving is a must. The details of all this can be found in course of the mission's evolution, which will move forward in a combination of follow-ups and further rejuvenation. If we fail to touch the masses as whole, as Lord Buddha or Lord Chaitanya did, and even Gandhi, the vested interest groups will grab the wings of global governance initiative under their wings again and destroy our mission, or at least dwindle it, making it to be an ever illusory entity. Thank you. Thank you all. I am very happy to have this opportunity to talk to you all. And if, I think all over the world, there are some listeners. I think they will also be having that opportunity later on to listen to this event. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you. Namaste. Namaste.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor. So now we move on to our next speaker. She's Rama Mahajan. She's women activist and director of a leading public school in Punjab. She's present amongst us, so I request her to please give her inputs and views. Rama Mahajan ji, please put your video on and put your mic on so that we can hear your inputs.
Namaskar. I am very much privileged to share the stage with learned people and all the people on the chair and off the dais. And it's a great privilege to be here. I'm honored, really honored. What I feel here, I listen all the speakers here, What I feel in Indian culture, which is called Bharatiya Sanskriti, we always say Vasudev Kutumbam. And as an educationist, I feel this is the best way to collect all the people on this platform. We can have a global education policy. What I think, local issues are not so much, they are less important. Nowadays, global issues are more important. We can have one syllabus, like we can say we have one nation, we can have one law all over the world. Here we feel that word is very small. And all the problems, like we can say problem of this pollution, environment pollution, and other things like peace, harmony, and gender equality. All these problems are global problems now. On state level, on national levels, problems are less important than the national issues or international issues. So we can have a global education at this time, and we can have one syllabus also. And it will help in other words also, like we don't have terrorism and these problems. Everybody feel equal, all this. If we can have intermarriages, before some time, like in back times, we used to visit foreign places. We are there to say, this is Japanese and this is Indian and this is like this, we can say African. But now there is a international marriages. So we can have a international syllabus also. So all these problems will not be there, and we can have a whole world. We can discuss all the problems. We can discuss all the issues on one platform. And this is my suggestion. We can have education policy all over the world, same policy. And again, I thank Colonel Tyagi for giving me this opportunity and sharing the stage with so many learned people. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, Rama Mahajanji. Thank you for your inputs. So now we move on to our next speaker. She's Nisha Joshi. She's present amongst us. She's a yoga exponent and a motivational speaker. We request Dr. Nisha Joshi to please present her views and inputs. We request all the speakers to please limit your time to 5 minutes. Thank you. Dr. Nisha Joshi, please put your video and mic on so that we can hear your inputs. Sorry for the inconveniences. So we move on to our next speaker. He's Dr. Rakesh Arya. Dr. Rakesh Kumar Arya. We have announced the name before as well. So we request him to please come and present his views. Sorry for the inconveniences. We move on to the next speaker, Dr. Richard Shah. He's the next speaker. He's professor in Shantiniketan, West Bengal. He's present amongst us. We request him to please present his views. Dr. Richard Shah.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, fine. Namaste and namaskar to everyone. I'm so happy to be here and part of this important conference. I was to talk in regard to cultural diversity and human integration. So I wanted to relate an experience I had recently. Every morning, I take my coffee up to my rooftop to watch the sunrise, and I get there early. In the semi-dark, I didn't notice until it started to get a little lighter that there was a huge spider web over my head, and which I had never seen before in that situation. When the sun finally rose, it shot through the spider web, glistening all the strings because of the dew on the spider web, and it was really kind of what you might call a common miracle. I'm sure we've all had that experience, but it gave me a very sudden realization that we are all, humanity, Earth, and cosmos, embraced and interconnected similarly within a super subtle and vast web of life in which everything is alive, not just animated life. Then I recalled what a wise woman once said, which I've not forgotten. She said that the opposite of death is not life. Life is not the opposite of death. The opposite of death is birth. But life has no opposite, and life has no end. We are each and all caught up in one vast network of life. It is often stated that biodiversity within the natural communities is equal to the cultural diversity within human communities. This is called unity and diversity, and is the nature or the definition of holism. And a holistic worldview is necessary now for a sustainable, peaceful future. Humanity must evolve a similar holistic planetary consciousness, a consciousness beyond ego and family and beyond the nation state or nationalism, which can have dire consequences. And we must learn to celebrate human diversity and not fear it, not make strangers into the other or the enemy, as our governments want, but see all strangers as potential friends. Our problem is not a problem of intellect, but of imagination. Abundance of knowledge we have, but what we need now is compassionate consciousness and moral will. For humanity to flourish, we must protect natural biodiversity as well as human cultural diversity within some kind of universal alliance, a federation of nations, as Einstein and Gandhi and Nehru and so many other visionaries have exhorted us. And it should be noted that all three of these men were members of the World Federation movement in the 1930s. Einstein restated this idea many times. This is one of his quotations. The human race shall cease to exist unless a world government capable of enforcing world law is established by peaceful means. The choice is indeed between one world or none. Human cultural diversity includes, of course, political choice, as India chose in 1947 to throw off British rule. It includes linguistic freedom, as happened in Bangladesh in 1971 in throwing off West Pakistan's oppressive use of Urdu, and that led to the creation of a new nation. It includes religious freedom. As a United States citizen, I know in our earlier centuries, immigrants, and even today, of course, immigrants from all over the world came to the US for one reason: religious freedom, or what we used to call freedom of conscience. Also, it involves gender equality and the right of sexual orientation. By that, I mean freedom to be oneself, an issue of privacy between consenting adults that has nothing to do with the state or with priests and imams. The freedom of artists from censorship or persecution. Freedom of the media, and especially today, the protection of journalists. And the right of indigenous people who call themselves land and water protectors to protest exploitation without violence and imprisonment, or worse, assassination. How many journalists have been persecuted or prosecuted in recent time, including 100 indigenous activists who have been murdered in this year alone? If you're watching the news, you may know that Julian Assange, who's been kept in prison in London for almost 10 years, has now, the British government has allowed him to return to the United States, which really is a death sentence. Also, very recently, yesterday, Maria Ressa, who is a well-known political journalist in the Philippines, won the Nobel Peace Prize along with a Russian man. And it was the best speech I've ever heard in receiving the Nobel Peace Prize. You might want to listen to it. Very inspiring. I was going to read the preamble of the Earth Constitution, just because I have a feeling many people have never read it. But Professor Parameswaran already mentioned it. So I'll move on to another fact of Earth Constitution, what's called broad functions of the Constitution, one of which is, quote, to protect the environment and the ecological fabric of life from all sources of damage and control technological innovations whose effects transcend national boundaries, for keeping Earth a safe, healthy, and happy home for humanity. From the Bill of Rights in the Earth Constitution, I selected a few, which I think are relevant. One is 1211, quote, prohibition against military conscription, which is really the right of conscientious objection, or you might say the right not to kill, not to be trained to participate in mass violence against one's will, male or female. This is important to me because during the Vietnam War, which seems another lifetime ago, I resisted conscription in the United States, which was legal as long as you could prove that you were honest about your objection to participation as a soldier. And I ended up working in a hospital for 2 years, which is fine with me. I don't mind national service, but I didn't want to serve my country as a soldier, especially in that war. So then there's another one, 1215, prohibition against private armies and paramilitary organizations. That's become a problem in the United States. 1217 is the right to family planning. 1218 is the right of privacy of person, family, and association. And a prohibition against surveillance as a means of political control. We're hearing a lot about very recently how Facebook is changing its image and God knows what else in what's called the metaverse. And I think it could be extremely dangerous, more problematic than we've already seen with Facebook. We should keep an eye on social media and the dangers and threats to democracy and world government. So in conclusion, I refer everyone who has not read the Earth Constitution to our websites, wcpa.global and earthconstitution.world. And I also refer you to WCPA President Dr. Glenn Martin. His newest book, The Earth Constitution Solution. It's a great title, isn't it? The Earth Constitution Solution, Designed for a Living Planet. In these difficult times, we must be courageous. So let us march forward together under the banner of the Earth Federation as citizens of the world first, and then citizens of India or citizens of the United States, but citizens of the world first, to fight the good fight, what Leo Tolstoy called the war against war, and be victorious. All power to the imagination and world peace through the Earth Constitution. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you, Dr. Richard Shah. Thank you for your comments and inputs. So now we move on to our next speaker. She's Shobana Narayan, wife of our ambassador to Austria, dance and music. She's present amongst us. She's a recognized Indian Kathak dancer and a career officer with Indian Audit and Account Service. She performs in India and internationally and has been awarded the Padma Shri. She's trained under Birju Maharaj. So we request her to please present her views.
Namaskar. Thank you very much indeed. And first of all, let me congratulate this entire organization and Colonel Tyagi for this very meaningful international seminar that they are holding, and for the movement, I would say, and for also inviting me to be part of this great occasion. Interestingly, first of all, a little correction. My husband used to be he was the former Austrian ambassador to India. Number one. Number two, another correction, because you have read it from the Wikipedia, which is about 20 years old. And that is that I retired from active service of the government. In our Indian parlance, we call it superannuated. I have superannuated 11 years ago. But of course, the other part, the dance part, is always there. I'm a practicing dancer on stage every day. Thank you. Well, I would first like to mention that I agree a lot with what our previous speaker has just said, Dr. Richard Shah. And particularly, I'm speaking from the point of view of a classical dancer. Because as a classical dancer, we believe in humanity, in bringing people together. And now if I look around, today, if I see that we are having a great, we are in an era when there's a lot of momentous changes are happening, happenings are happening all around. We are the center, in a way, the center of gravity of global economy shifting from the transatlantic to the trans-Pacific and so on. So a lot is happening. And obviously, like in all eras, there is a sense of uncertainty, a sense of insecurity, and a sense of fear. And when that happens, I think one of the previous speakers also mentioned it, that when that happens, it leads to a lot of aberrations in society. And those aberrations manifest itself in a number of unholy ways, I would say, whether it is discrimination, whether it is suppression, whether it is oppression, whether it is... so we are, in fact, paradoxically, when we are punning on a word climate, when we are talking about climate change from the environmental point of view, there is also a sea change, climate change within all countries, in every corner of the world, in what the people are thinking, how they are behaving, and how they actually contribute to the lifestyle, to their behavior pattern. And which means, when I'm talking of behavior pattern, it means how you're dealing with each other. And that, I think, from somewhere where we were all polarized, we came together, and now again, a lot of polarization is happening. And that we see in all parts of the globe. So now, if I'm speaking from the point of view of an artist, a classical dancer, let me talk about some of the positives, that we artists, as I just started with, we don't believe in differences. There is a shared experience where disagreement is acceptable, where even diversity is acceptable. In fact, everyone is acceptable, because together we create music, we create dance, we create something, and we create a feeling, we express. So expression. So in different ways, we are talking about it. But that is a little different from the common life that we are seeing. So we are cherishing intuition, we are cherishing creativity in a positive way, in a very, very positive way. But at the same time, now when we are talking in terms of today, the world is talking in terms of culture and economy, as though they're poles apart. And it reminds me of during this last year, some kind of a survey was held last year. That how has the pandemic affected people, and who are the important people or groups of people that the society should take care of. Would you believe it, that in this survey, I was incensed because culture came bottom. I mean, it was literally nowhere. Now, what is happening when people are living with culture from morning till night, from every waking moment to the moment that they sleep, they are living with culture in one way or the other. Where if they look, they are singing or humming. That is part of a cultural activity. The way you are talking or behaving, that's part of a certain culture. The way you think, your philosophy, that's again part of culture. The way you express it, now the same is manifested and expressed through visual art or performing arts. Those are part of culture. Yet, I could go on, but they said culture has no role to play. And why? I mean, what happened to our way of thinking? Particularly if I'm looking at it as an Indian. And it is a little different that when we are talking of culture, all our deities, that one God, that one who has so many different forms, so that we human can understand, they've all been visualized with cultural attributes. If somebody is a classical dancer, then somebody is a flautist, then somebody is an instrumentalist. Saraswati, the goddess of learning, is with an instrument, the stringed instrument called the veena. So everybody is made out to be an artist. Yet, for the common man, culture has no place in life. And that this is a community, or this is some aspect which requires no thought And that is where I'm coming to the fact that wherever people have given least weightage to culture, you'll find a lot of violence existing. Because that aspect of humanization, of human spirit, of humane spirit, of sensitivity, of concern is absent. And that is, today, artists will have differences, but their differences, as we would say it, it is musical. It is expressed in musical terms or rhythmic terms, but certainly not through forceful acts of blood and violence. So that is something that we all need to ponder upon, reflect upon. Where have we gone wrong, or where have we gone astray? Is the whole attitude of just running towards materialism, which we take it for happiness, is that the only thing? And therefore, where have we? So that is for each one of us to introspect and to talk about it. Now when I'm talking about
Ma'am, we humbly request, please conclude. Please.
Yes, I will do that. Very, very happily, I shall conclude. And I just want to say that even looking into culture, you can also talk in terms of giving weight to tourism so that it is boosting the economy and others. So let us again all come together. We should have more interactions with people. There should be, I think we all need to introspect and somewhere look into our sides within ourselves of those the aspect where there is sensitivity, where there's concern that under the skin we are all of the same blood. We are not white or black or colored or anything like that. We are all of the same blood, same human being, same people. Irrespective of which part of the globe we come from. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So now we move on to our next speaker. He is Anil Joseph Thomas Koto, Archbishop of Delhi. He's present amongst us. He was ordained a priest for Roman Catholic Archdiocese of Delhi and was appointed Auxiliary Bishop of Delhi. He was appointed Auxiliary Bishop of Delhi and titular Bishop of St. Juliana. So I request him to please present his views. Thank you. So with this, I hand over to Professor P.N. Murthy to please carry forward. Professor P.N. Murthy.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Priyanka. Before we head towards the end of the program, I would request Dr. Eugenia Almond, who is our Secretary General, to share her quick thoughts in 5 minutes. Thank you. Dr. Eugenia Almond.
Thank you very much. I've done my best to attend all of this day's proceedings, and I'm very happy to have had the opportunity to listen to the speakers, the presenters, the participants of today's session. We're having tomorrow the legislative session, and we're looking forward to participants listening and participating, considering the world legislation that's coming up. Many of the speakers who spoke today were addressing problems that are being addressed in the session tomorrow. We're wanting to see the design, the adoption of design for a standard design for world districts, so that there can be a local activities, people being able to take local activities without having micromanagement. There's the Constitution, and there are the forms, the different ways that the districts can operate so that it is hearing everyone's voice. Everyone's voice is included, and not just the voice of adults, but the program for the world districts is, the bill is encouraging that also the youth 14 through 17, also that their voice is also listened to in the district operations. The primary district officers will be subject to their constituencies, to their local constituencies, and elected by their local constituencies. In other words, this is a way for everyone to participate. I'm looking forward to your participation tomorrow, and I appreciate very much the grand opening yesterday and the meeting of today. I think it was a great blessing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Eugenia, our beloved and respected Secretary General, WCPA. Thank you so much for your support and for participating through all the night. I think it is deep in the night, middle night. So thank you so much for sharing your precious time. I appreciate, we appreciate your commitment to democratic process. So thank you so much. Now, I think we have another Vice President from Macedonia, Ms. Zaklina Dimoska. We would like to hear quickly from Ms. Zaklina. Ms. Zaklina, you there? I don't think we
Did
have.
you hear me?
Oh, you are there. Oh, good. So nice.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for time you give it to me to give a talk. I'm very sorry because I'm not in India now, but according the circumstances, I can participate from Macedonia directly. I appreciate all speeches, and all of you beautiful people are saying very important and significant subject for humanity and for the planet Earth. Now we are on the conference of World Parliament, but the elements what construct and consist our talking and where we are going, our direction is to raise awareness on individual level, as many speakers says in previous talk. So we need to raise our personal enjoy, our personal perception, to grow our level of enjoying. So with that level of enjoyment of our environment, we can change with that energy and thoughts. So we are talking about justice, about equality, about synergy. Source of love, it's very important. Supportancy, synchronicity, awareness, wisdom, holism, and altruism. This is the elements and many more from philosophic aspect of view. Someone maybe doesn't believe, but this is a structure of our personality. And as an individual, we need to move and to be an example what we want to see in our environment. We are directly connected with our environment. We are directly connected with climate change. We are directly connected with all that waste what we create as a human being and our level of consciousness or maybe unconsciousness. So I want to point it out that in this 21st century, in the era of wisdom and spirituality, we need to pay attention about our activity and how the people react to themselves and to the others and environment. Climate change is not more than our level of consciousness. We need to pay attention. What I didn't hear that someone mentioned, it's the waste on the planet. We already see islands of waste, of garbage in the oceans. So it is not created by any other flora and fauna on the planet, just created by the humans. So we need to raise awareness about our acting in our environment, and the important stage, the beginning of our acting, it's necessary to start with ourselves. According to the proverb and saying that we need to think globally, it's only what we can do that in our local organization, with our local people, youth and different targets group, we need to improve our perception as a citizen of the world, and nothing, no else definition. I am from Macedonia and everyone else is from some part of the world. So we are citizens of the world and we need to act where we are. Dance, rhythm, and all activities, it's part of the human nature. We manifest ourselves, our potential in the material world. All potential is inside us. So we need just to manifest and to share with the others with huge love, support, and awareness, of course, with the knowledge. And all these tools, what we need to improve is meditation and all spiritual approaches, because this is the way how we can purify our capacity to give our potential to the world. In this moment, I want to thank for the time what you give it to me. I want to Dr. Glenn Martin, Dr. Menon, Dr. Murthy, and all others. So maybe I can share the talk tomorrow. For now, thank you so much for all creative and wise people who participate on this convention. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Ms. Zaklina Dimoska, our esteemed Vice President from Macedonia. Thank you so much. Finally, I wish to request Dr. Glenn T. Martin, our Honorable President, to give his concluding remarks before I propose vote of thanks for the day. Dr. Glenn T. Martin, your concluding remarks, please.
Thank you, Professor.
Professor Murphy. I want to thank all the speakers that we've had with us today. We see that there's a theme of spirituality and spiritual growth that has run throughout what many of the speakers have said. We also saw the very important remarks made by Dr. Eugenia Allman just a few moments ago with reference to the legislation that we're going to be examining tomorrow, in tomorrow's legislative session. That legislation makes political and structural changes in the world. And the point I want to make is that the structural and political changes are in reciprocity with the spiritual changes. If you change the way the structure is that people live within, the political structure, you change it from one of competition to cooperation. You change it from one of militarism and war to peace and justice. If you change the structure, you're going to be changing the consciousness. And vice versa, if you work on the consciousness, it's going to result in a changed structure. There's a dynamism there, a reciprocity. We need to embrace both as we move into the future, because we're transforming human consciousness and the whole world system that we live within. We're transforming it from a false paradigm, a fragmented and untrue paradigm, into the holistic paradigm that's in harmony with the very cosmos and the structure of the biosphere of our planet Earth. So I just wanted to make those few concluding remarks and draw together these two dimensions of our discussions from yesterday and today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, as concluding part, it's my honor to propose vote of thanks. Honorable President Glenn T. Martin, Dr. Glenn T. Martin, Dr. Eugenia Allman, our esteemed Secretary General, all the board members of WCPA, ECI, EFI, WCPA India, and particularly Rashtriya Sainik Sanstha, Colonel T.P. Tyagiji, President of WCPA India, Major Goel, Vice President, WCPA India, all board members of WCPA India, WCPA Global, all distinguished panelists, speakers of today's convention program, all participants from all over the world, and all members, executives, particularly the technical support team of PCTI, each one of them, including the management of PCTI, the executives, staff of PCTI, particularly Ms. Priyanka and Ms. Neelam for comparing this program in an excellent way and making it a global success. And all the, unlimited number of patrons of WCPA from all over the world. It is our humble gratitude and thanks to you for your continued patronage and support in making one more step towards our goal of getting a global governance. Yes, sorry, I have to acknowledge the WCPA Latin America and South American region, all the participants, including the Vice President Leopoldo. Thank you so much for your participation and making it a great success, and a great thanks to you with all humility. Thank you so much.
Professor Murthy, we here appreciate our founder director, Mrs. Deepshikha Goyal also.
Oh,
for
my
her
apologies.
interest.
Yes,
Yeah.
my apologies. Miss Deepshikha Goyal has been a very staunch supporter of our all the activities, and also she is a great patron. We wholeheartedly thank her for all the support she has extended to WCPA initiatives. My apologies for missing her. So we wish to thank everyone, and thank you so much, and we look forward for your continued support. Thank you.